Ohio Northern said strength of schedule. Nah, son, we just strong. We just built different.
This was our goal, like coming into this season, pretty much. We're like, hey, Grandview's the one to beat. I guess now it's Purdue because Grandview didn't live up to the name, I guess. But here we are. But, I mean, I'm just saying because we played with our sub support and we still 2-0'd them. So
one more second and it just is too late. Grandview sweep the series and take down Purdue Northwest.
Of course, we know we're against Ohio Northern. We didn't take them seriously last time. We thought they were kind of a joke. And that was just the kick we needed to actually start playing for real and start taking every game seriously.
Cupcakes that have been left out in the bakery. Paranoia is going to come on in. That's the invisible shockwave. You never saw it coming.
We're going to take them more seriously than we did last time. We're going to practice, and we're going to make sure we just curb something like we did Purdue, I think.
And Grandview University heard Purdue Northwest talking.
For some reason, I think we've been slept on this season in MEC and just in general. I think we're really good.
Lays in the damage. Beautiful flash to get away from the tsunami. Now Kaido in the 1v1 of the century. Mid laner versus support. Who will win?
We're definitely pretty good now. I don't think the games today were very hard at all.
All the way back from the base. It's a quadra kill. Will it be our first penta? It will be.
I'm like, yeah, you wanted me so bad, and look where it got you.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Friday night stream. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We continue the action here in the Midwest Esports Conference 2024 CLOL playoffs. My name's Mac Dewey. Joining me in the booth is my main man Shibby, and boy, we got some very exciting matches ahead of us tonight.
Arguably my favorite doubleheader in the MEC, right?
Yeah.
4 top teams. We've got Ohio Northern versus Grandview University, and then after that we've got Purdue Northwest versus Ottawa. I'm hoping for full 3-game series. I want to go 6 hours, lose my voice. I don't want to be able to speak tomorrow. I want that. I so want these games to go down to the wire, Mac. I'm buzzing. I am electric right now.
And before, as a little treat to, I think, add into the electric energy in the stream tonight, to start things off before, we started a little bit earlier, and for good reason, Shibby. The results are in, and we're going to be going through the results of the all MEC teams here tonight. So let's kick us off, starting off with the all MEC first team. Dalton Sueno, Prank from Purdue Northwest, Matthew Castleberry Castle, Aaron Yang, Lucas Ruspico, Nick Jones. This is your all MEC first team.
Yeah, and I think some people will be surprised by this, but I'm solid. I like this first team, right? Prank, Castle, Klexo, Wind King, Pluto, all strong carries, strong players within their own teams. And I think as we get through the other, second and third all team, you'll understand kind of where everybody has fallen. Klexo, one of the biggest stars this year specifically for me, right? On
Mr.
Purdue
Rookie,
Northwest,
right?
Yeah, Wind King as well. I mean, these two guys coming in, making a statement, taking names in both the AD carry and mid lane role. But I can't say I'm surprised seeing Pluto on there. Guy's consistent. He's just rock solid, right, in that bot lane as a support player. And then Castle and Prank, I think, just very, very as well. I think Prank, we have our doubts about him, but he's definitely been more of a carry threat this time around, which I think has kind of increased his voting and increased the votes that he got this year. And Castle, I think a lot of the games hinge on whether he does good or bad and how important he is to his team. So, I like this for all MEC first team. I think it's super cool. I wouldn't want to go up against this team. That's for sure.
And I think for me, shout out. Oh, we're going straight into, we're going to keep it rolling. All MEC second team. Aggression in the top lane, Sir Michael Barnes. Paul Shim doubtful in the jungle. Michael Gwynn, Jinqual in the mid lane. Mark Gonzalez, Nightstar Mark Gonzalez rounds out the MEC bot lane. And Cuz from ONU, Kenju in support.
Yeah, that's a scary mid jungle, Mac. Paul Shim, Michael doing doubtful and Jinqual. That's a mid jungle duo that is just looking out for blood right now.
Right.
I think Aggression, one of the rising stars for ONU, or one of the people, at least one of the two players on ONU that really stepped up this year from last year, right? Super consistent, rock solid in the top lane. Cuz has had a pretty solid season in the support role. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him make a mistake, right?
Yeah.
And that's been one of the big things for me. Yeah, Mark Gonzalez, Nightstar, I'm not surprised, had a really good latter half of the season, was just solo carrying GVU at some points, right? With things like the Kog'Maw, with the Zeri, before they were even like really meta at that point. So I like this MEC second all team.
Absolutely. I mean, how many pentakills do we got between Jinqual and Nightstar? I know Jinqual at least got one in there. Doubtful's been here. Again, this Purdue Northwest so young and yet performing at such a high level, I think both individually and like on a team level. And so exciting to see the young talent of the MEC come in and start off with an awesome season. Aggression in the top lane. Shout out The Rock for ONU up there. I think someone really fun to watch, and someone we'll be having our eye on in tonight's matches. Headed into our final squad. It's the all MEC third team. Proctor, John Schneck in the top lane. The king himself, King Julian Leforestier in the jungle. The brothers from ONU, Caden and Kyle Tickenton in the mid and bot roles. And Plux from Ottawa, Ryan Thompson, sneaks in there, gets the support role.
Yeah, Plux, a new addition, right? Someone that we didn't see until this semester. This year, I think a lot of the players here, obviously Julian, Proctor. We've got 3 new additions to the MEC this year that all made it into third team All-Pro. I think that's solid, right? I mean, they all had very good highlight moments. Kato and Kai, the brothers being in here, I think you could swap them into second team or potentially even first team if you wanted, just depending on what kind of flavor of team you want. But I think the big thing here, and I think the more difficult part, was that it was really, really tough for any of the bottom 4 team players to kind of sneak in, right? Like, it's we are so rich and with so much depth in our top 4 talent pool wise. This was arguably the hardest all-pro for second and third team that I've voted on out of all the ones I've done, not just the MEC, but for other stuff as well. This was one of the more difficult ones for sure.
Absolutely. And really exciting that we get to see a lot of these players square off on the Rift tonight. All the, votes going into this. I do think it will be interesting to see if this holds up very well throughout tonight's action, as a lot of the, first team versus second team versus third team, they're all going to see if the votes were fraudulent. I think a little bit they'll be able to prove themselves, as the playoffs is really where I think as Shibby, you like to say quite a bit, where pressure can either crush you or turn into some diamonds. So excited to see if the players are going to prove some of those MEC all vote teams wrong. Getting into tonight's action, our first series of the night is between the 2 seed and the 3 seed, Ohio Northern versus Grandview. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how these 2 teams got here. Shibby, GVU taking down Briarcliff, Ohio Northern taking down Cornell. Quick series, 2-0s for the 2 of them, and I think these 2 squads have kind of pegged this matchup. I think they were looking forward to facing off again, as Grandview lost the regular season matchup against a substitute support. Taking care of business, GVU looked to redeem themselves here tonight.
Yeah, I think the big narrative around Grandview is simply that they weren't taking Ohio Northern seriously. Well, now you have to take them. It's the playoffs, Mac. Like, you can't... you only get one excuse. I'll give that to you, given the form after that. Like, Grandview just went on a tear. They 2-0'd Purdue Northwest. They were just rolling through teams. It's like a different beast was awoken for Grandview. So Ohio Northern, they can't go into this expecting the same result, expecting and using the same kind of tactics and strategies that they used, because it's a different Grandview, right? And I think Travi has said it best across like all these regular season weeks and even at the playoffs that Ohio Northern is the challenge, right? They have to prove that they're legit, and it's 3 times harder for them to do it than for Grandview, who are the back-to-back champions, right? Like who are just consistent. Like they have that pedigree, they've earned it. I can't go against that necessarily. Ohio Northern have so much to prove here, and I would argue and I would call it an upset if they end up winning here, especially in the playoffs against a team of Grandview's caliber.
Yeah, one of the things that makes tonight's matchup so excited, during the regular season, we had a 3-way tie for first place, right? The 1 through 3 seed all finished off 6-1, all beating each other in a funny little circle or triangle of counter matchups, we'll say, a little bit. And ONU, the first time around, managed to pull off a victory against GVU. And again, that challenger mindset for them. This is where you back up all that regular season talk. And Chibi, even going back to last year, one of the things I'm so hyped for, ONU is here for playoffs. We get to see, they had a fantastic regular season last time around. They bring back a lot of returning players. I mean, the brothers, Kyle and Caden, coming back to round out such a strong mid-bot carry dynamic. And then looking at aggression in the top lane, King Julian in the jungle, Cuz in the support. All 5 members of both teams placing in an all MEC one way or another, all finding themselves on the all MEC 3-team roster. And we're expecting a lot of firepower. GVU, Strick Proctor in the top lane, Castle in the jungle, Jinqual mid, Nightstar and Pluto, a dynamic bot lane.
Yeah, and the big thing to mention here is that these 2 teams have the same carry dynamic, right, Matt? Like it's Kato and Kai versus Jinko and Nightstar. Those are the 2 individuals battling up against each other, right? Don't get me wrong. Castle is fundamental to this team's success. Him and Jinko working together hand in hand is probably one of the most important things. But realistically, cards on the table, chips on the line, life or death situation. I'm putting it all into Jinko and Nightstar. These are the guys that have consistently carried, that have consistently proved that GVU are going to make it to the playoffs, and they're the ones that have been carrying it. That's going to be the big matchup for me to watch this series. Who can perform, who isn't performing, how are they playing around their carries, who's getting resources, whether it's draft, jungle, whatever you want to call it. Those are the 2 players on each team I'm looking at. Top lane, gonna be a bit of a snooze fest. Aggression and Castle, Proctor.
It's not true.
They're just tank players. I'm sorry.
No.
You guys are tank players.
Aggression's in the name. It's a pivotal matchup. And as a top lane main, I'm not biased in my takes whatsoever. Top lane's a great role. Highly recommend it. Regardless, Chibi, we're already hopping into draft. The action is upon us. Game 1 has begun. It's a best-of-3 series to find out who's going to be moving on into the winners finals. And I'm in Twitch chat. I'm ready. I was talking a lot of smack on the podcast a little bit. All my chips, I'm ready. If you want to steal my Twitch points in the betting, as we that will come up at the tail end of draft. Darius, the first ban, Nocturne. Should be playing it in ranked solo queue earlier today. I saw it. I think for good reason, it's going to be banned away. Really solid pick in the meta red. It's so good.
If Shibby can play it, you can too. I got LPI. I am just the Elo farm, man. Like that is a fun champion. Really kind of also denies some of the more immobile picks that GVU likes to play, right? With the Syndra from Jinko, with the Kog'Maw potentially from Nightstar. You run that Nocturne Ori combo, it's rough, right? And I think GVU banning out the Darius, banning out the Gnar here, just kind of hyper banning Aggression's champion pool here. I didn't say he was a carry player. yeah, even. I didn't say he was that much of a carry player, but they know something we don't. I know his Darius super good into the Udyr that was popping up early on this season. Udyr is still a fine champion. I just think people have been fatigued of playing it. I get it. He's not as fun in the top lane. But ONU, fundamentally just taking out Castle's champion pool right now. I think they also agree that he's very important in facilitating this GVU roster. 2 junglers removed from ONU's side and taking out Cassante, one of Proctor's most played champions this season.
Yep. Considering, I think, the overall power of the jungle, Castle, very aggressive early on. I think compared to last season, he's been ganking a lot more in the early game. Partially, I mean, he's played a lot of Jin Zhao, playing the Viego, a little bit of Lee Sin from Castle as well. You know, you want to make those aggressive plays and opportunities. Void Grubs spawning on the top side of the map. You maybe want to go toe-to-toe with that as well. Varus, first pick for GVU, is very shocking. Smolder, not really banned, but it's patch 14.6, Shibby. Is it the point where Smolder's kneecapped and kind of out of the meta at this point?
I still think he's good, but his execute doesn't infinitely scale anymore. That's the really big thing about it, right? It's a 6.5% flat execute. It doesn't keep going the more stacks he gets. So I think a lot of players, you can't come back from 10,000 gold anymore, right? Like, that's realistically. He's still very good, but I think also the AD carries that are kind of popping up, right? Varus is still very good on hit or lethality, has that flexibility depending on ONU's champion pool. I like the Sejuani takeaway, right? Removing that from Castle. I feel like a lot of people think that Castle has a limited champion pool, but I think we've seen this guy pull out so many different champions here that it's hard to call the Sejuani a takeaway. But with Kato's champion pool, specifically with the Sylas, the Akali, pairs very, very well with it. I love the Lucian grab here. You can go Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio even, and really get aggressive into Nightstar and Pluto as that Nautilus does come out, and that's some pick potential there.
Yeah. Oh, the Graves comes in for Castle? A carry jungler. All right, Castle's trying to back up that first team all MEC voting there. That's super hype. And to kind of build on what you were saying about the Sejuani lock-in and how that interacts with Kato's champion pool, I thought it was a really good point, especially considering the matchup against GVU. Jinqual, predominantly mage player, and Corki enjoyer from time to time, but Corki's been kind of pushed out of the meta. Azir's banned, so that's one of Kato's big champions that is kind of out of the way. And so the Sylas, the Akali, I think those are what we kind of think of his potential best options into Jinqual's champion pool. Now, as we get into the second phase of bans, those points, hey, those champions might just be banned away here by GVU. We'll see what comes through as we can talk about this bot lane that's been finished up from a draft point of view.
Super El Clasico, right? Lucian Braum, one of those bot lanes that takes me back, right? Like, oh, Winter's Bite into E, double proc the passive. Oh, you're like stunned forever. Very aggressive, denies the preemptive Ornn pick potentially from Proctor, but also you can block collateral damage, you can block the piercing arrows. Very high value pick from Cuz here. Now it's up to him to execute. And you mentioned some of those melee champions that love to pair up with the Sejuani being taken away. Good call out, Mac. Yone taken off the board here. They're also going to ban the Udyr and the Hui. But I feel like throwing mid lane bans to Jinqual, it's a waste, right? The guy's got an ocean, right? He can pick from anything. And it's so crazy how deep this guy's champion pool is.
So potential good thing about ONU, and it'll be curious to see how they utilize it. The red 4 pick coming up, they have to decide which solo lane they're going to lock in and let GVU see. It could be mid or top. And both of these matchups are really important. The Akali banned away one of Kato's signature champions, especially from last season when it was so popular. He had so many good games on it, so... The Sylas, still an option, a little blindable, and we have no idea with the Udyr gone, the Cassante gone, aggression, even about a safe option for the Ornn that will get locked in. And you were talking about the top lane maybe being a little bit of a snooze fest. As a top lane main and connoisseur, the Ornn, a little on the safe side, but very impactful in potential late game scaling and team fights.
Strict Proctor, give me Trundle top right now. It is such an insane Trundle game right here. No? Into the Ornn and Sejuani? Oh, he busts out the dragon! Aurelion Soul for Jinqual here. they're playing the scaling game right now.
Mm-hmm.
So with this final pick, Proctor, you've got the counter pick into the Ornn. Do you go Aatrox that we've always seen? Do you make it spicier? Do you give me the Trundle that I am oh so craving? Or do you go the tank v tank, the wet noodle fight itself? That's something sick. The Cho'Gath coming in. We're seeing some funny and cool champions from Grandview right now. Grapes for Castle, Cho'Gath for Proctor, and Jinkal's going to have himself an Aurelion Sol game. If anything, this game wants to go late.
I'm trying to take deep breaths, Shibby. As an MEC enjoyer, I don't think we have ever seen a comp like this. The aforementioned Silas does get locked in, and the draft for game number 1 is complete. Now we've got some time. That is not a Silas. Can we get...
Production?
I think it was Silas. It bugged. It is not Smolder in the mid lane. It is Silas. It's not dragon on dragon action. Is a man in chains standing up to... I mean, it's like David versus Goliath in the lore, but in actual League, it's... What do you think of the matchup? Should be pretty close.
It's a rough for Silas early on, right? Like, it's really difficult for him to kind of get onto the Aurelion Sol. Once he gets a little bit more of those beefier items, I don't know what build Kato's going to opt in for, if he wants to go that Roa build that we've been seeing, or if he's going to go for something a little bit more explosive, right? Maybe like Ludens or something else that can provide him with a lot of more upfront burst. But Jinkal should have a pretty chill time in this lane. It's just if he gets frozen on, or if Silas is holding the wave and calls in the Sejuani gear, it could be rough for Jinkal, right? Because you have such a quick ability to proc that permafrost passive. It is rough. But I think Jinkal can manage. He's probably the most calm-headed mid laner that we have. Just really consistent and just always pumping out damage. So I like the Aurelion Sol pick. But this is just comfort for Kato. And if Kato can like get out of lane, right, he can roam down bot lane, start facilitating dives onto this Varus, onto this Nautilus. It could be rough for GVU here, but GVU definitely wants this to go late. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be on hit Varus. I feel like the lethality version isn't too good here, especially when you're facing off against two big beefy tanks like the Sejuani and the Ornn here. I think the big X factor for me, I talked about top lane being a wet noodle fight. This is an exciting tank matchup, Mac, as we get Cho'Gath for Strict Proctor.
Summoners, welcome on to the Rift for the start of our winners semifinals matchup. Grandview University takes on Ohio Northern. Two teams finishing 6-1 during the regular season. GVU hoping for redemption. Ohio Northern trying to make up for missing out on last year's playoff action. It's 2024. ONU have arrived and they're ready to go as the teams starting very aggressively, grouping as 5. GVU tries to get down some early vision.
Yeah, I mean, you have Braum on Ohio Northern side. Why not invade, right? Realistically, though, I think they're just going to try to get into this bush, take a little bit of space here, and Nightstar and Pluto have to be awake, right? They can't be sleeping. They can't be autopiloting, because if they walk into this, either Nightstar or Pluto is going to take a ton of damage, right? At least half health. They know something. Very smart from them, but this information that Cuz and Kai have gotten, they're going to know that Castle's starting on the top side, simply because Nightstar and Pluto are playing towards that turret here. They'll probably try to come in delayed and late to lane. So both of these junglers starting on the same side here. Mirrored starts for both of these guys. They'll meet down in the bottom lane potentially. I have a feeling, though, Julian might skip a camp or two and try to put some pressure onto Jinkal early.
So I think important to note, as you mentioned, GVU want to scale in this one. Ohio Northern, a good cue from Kai hitting both GVU members there. They're wanting to be as aggressive as possible in the early game. Pluto able to trade back down there a little bit. The lethal tempo Varus, yes, it's not super weak early game, but Lucian definitely has the advantage, and Nightstar will carry so much harder in the late game as he scales up, gets those percent health items to try to melt down the three tanks of ONU. GVU need Nightstar to get to that late game carry point, or I don't know, Jinkwall might build Leandries or some variant of messing with tanks, but As you mentioned before, both teams similar. Kato Kai versus Jinqual Nightstar, the traditional carries, I think, really shine in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think it'll be really important to pay attention to both Jinqual and Castle and how they're kind of moving across the map. Realistically, this is a beautiful matchup for the Graves, right? He can kind of just farm. He's got the clear advantage. As long as he's being able to predict where Julian's going to be on the map and can be there for the counter ganks, they pretty much win that 3v3, I would argue, in the bot lane because of the damage that Castle brings. Even in that top side, very, very strong here. I think Julian's been one of the biggest proponents for Ohio Northern, similar to Castle, in that Julian has to get ganks off, right? He has to get kills for Kato. He has to get kills for Kai. That's how they start transitioning their early game leads into these like mid-game team fights that they just dominate, right? Often we see Kato massive farm lead or a big kill lead. He's generally the strongest member on ONU's side and will just hard carry some of these fights.
Something I'm thinking about, I wonder if Julian's going to try to head to mid lane early. Jinqual on the Aurelion Soul can shove in the wave, I think, pretty easily, especially as he gets some items. So it might be a little challenging for Kato to roam. So I wonder how Ohio Northern's going to create opportunities, or if their timing's going to be on point to look for some of these bot lane dives that I feel like need to happen against this Varus. As we talk about the wet noodle, but you know, just like I feel like sometimes in the swimming pool, sometimes when it gets loaded up with water, it starts to kind of hurt a little bit. These tanks getting quite low, but they're just going to be able to recall and reset the lane. The junglers on opposite sides of the map right now. Julian might be looking for a gank bot. He starts to channel his recall.
Yeah, we saw Graves or Castle here go into that top side. He essentially cleared full bot, ran up to Scuttle, and is going to be able to take the Krugs on reset here. So he's going to sneak away Julian's camp, give himself a small one camp lead. Yeah, Julian not going to be happy there. I like this from Castle, not taking, the immediate route top. Instead, taking the camps away, getting onto the map first with that double longsword. He's going to be really hard to fight in any of these lanes.
Here we go, stun up onto Pluto. Gonna press the attack, additional damage. Pluto's got to be careful. Kai ghosting in, looking for the kill. Hook not going to go underneath the turret. ADC's trading in the bot lane. The additional attack speed. Nightstar's firing away, and the arrow piece is true. It's a double kill for the GVU bot laner.
Legolas has entered the lobby. Mac, Nightstar just rifling away with the Varus. Yeah, you get the quick burst kill. Kai, you got it onto Pluto, but you don't win those extended fights, my friend. Press the attack, not nearly as valuable as this lethal tempo on hit Varus. You get the first blood, but Nightstar picks up 2 kills. Very, very well played from the Grandview bot lane. Getting 2 out and getting the double kill. Gonna be a little rough. Ohio Northern's tanks might be in a bit of trouble now, because Nightstar is gonna be ahead of the curve.
In the meantime, Julian sees his moment of opportunity, goes and picks up 3 Void Grubs, so he's halfway to finishing up. Again, you want to get to the 5-6 mark ideally. GVU, they're fine. Castle's trying to farm up, knows he's farming faster than Julian, so he's hoping to sort of outpace him in that regard, waiting for his right opportunity to strike. Dragon in play here, but the ONU bot lane, they've got their jungler in a good position here. Castle's recalling. Nightstar and Pluto got to play carefully as Kato looks to go toe-to-toe with Jinqual. Julian, meanwhile, is going to start up the Dragon objective.
Yep. He's pretty much got full credence on a lot of these objectives, right? Picked up the grubs earlier on. Has that, lane shoved in for his bottom lane here. Silas is doing good now. After the first couple early levels, he's able to push Jinqual in, who hasn't actually been able to take a reset. This is a pretty free dragon for Julian. I like that he's using, the lane priority from both mid and bot to just take everything, right? Like, he understands Castle's on a farming spree. He understands that Castle is just being opportunistic and taking camps away. All right, I'll just take objectives. I'll force the issue. I'll make you fight me one way or another on some of these objectives.
And we see Castle on the top side of the map try to take advantage of Julian's decision-making. He is spotted out, I believe, by the red team. I see some pings come up. Julian might be able to kind of guess where Castle's going based on the state of the game. but I don't think he could do too much about it. It's kind of just a trade here. Dragon for Castle gain some additional farm.
Yeah. Yoinks the red buff away. Julian made that decision, like you said. They started on the same side, right? They were mirrored. So because he goes for that dragon with his top camps up, Castle immediately recognizes, like, yeah, I can take this. He's not going to be back in time. Doesn't greed for the Krugs here, surprisingly. I think that's the safe play. But he's just slowly but surely building a small incremental gold lead for himself. And come probably the first skirmish, potentially mid-game team fight, I mean, this is lethality Graves, right? He's going to hurt if he gets onto Kai, onto Kato, right? He's going to do a ton of damage if the collateral damage hits. Will be rough for Ohio Northern to navigate some of these fights, considering that Castle could be one of the strongest members come 10, 11 minutes.
Yep. It's going to be an important fight for GVU to try to take. In an ideal world, for them, Ohio Northern would not get the Void Grubs, but we got about a minute before the objective spawns. I don't think it's the end of the world. Ohio Northern, not a crazy tower threat team, I would say. You know, between their squad, it's mostly going to be Kato and Kai, two very short-ranged carries that are going to be trying to push in the turret. So I don't think Void Grubs does anything like crazy, but it is kind of just a nice buff to have, and maybe you get some turret plating gold, so an additional early advantage. Right now, this is very un-MEC-like, Shippy. We have to go into our bag of tricks. We don't have the action to carry us through the cast here. Both teams locked in for playoffs. GVU taking ONU very seriously. This time around, there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. Look at how far Castle is ahead of Julian right now, right? Luckily, Julian's on that low utility tank jungler, but 32 to 2,800, it's a nice, 400, almost 450 gold lead just sequestered onto himself. And Grandview's completely fine with this game being quiet, being a snooze fest, right? They've got Varus on hit, they've got Aurelion soul scaling, Cho'Gath as well is going to hyperscale into this mega tank, right? The more he feasts, the more he eats, similar to Ornn in that aspect. Like, both of these teams are fine, right? They don't care that it goes late because ornaments are going to carry some of their items. It's going to bring them up to that damage curve here. But I want to give the edge over to GVU simply because they have better scaling options in that Aurelion Soul, in that Varus. We see Graves Castle taking over. I believe they gave one grub over to Proctor to munch on, get that feast proc going, and nice dredge line, and we see potential 3v2.
Cuz is getting low. Good dodge by Nightstar. Cuz gets the proc of his passive. Nightstar can be stunned up, but the arrow strikes again. Nightstar's on a killing spree. The culling comes out. Kai's trying to melt the health bars down, but the minions, the fodder, do good work for the champions. They're going to try to clear the wave out, and GVU play that situation pretty perfectly. Ohio Northern get caught overextending, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Julian kind of queued in through the ultimate, and once that's dodged out, you don't really have any other way to get in. You're kind of just awkwardly standing by, hoping for maybe Pluto to hook in, something like that here. Cuz, unfortunately, will pay for the sins of his jungler, and AD carry goes down once again. And Nightstar, 3-0 on this Varus. We talked about him being one of the big carries. I told you, chips, on the table, cards on the table, whatever you want to say. My life on the line. Give me Nightstar every single time.
Ours? Void Grubs was evened out. We'll see. Castle has ballooned this gold lead, Shibby. He's already got the Youmu's completed, and he's up 30 CS. We don't often see Castle on this kind of pick, but when it comes out, boy, is it a treat. He's almost got his jungle item completed. And shout out Mark Gonzalez, 3-0 start on allegedly it was the carry threat late game, but early on, he has taken over.
Yeah, that Bork power spike is going to be massive. I don't think he's going to be able to hit it before this Infernal Drake might be given over to Ohio Northern here, because the Kraken Slayer is built onto Kai. He has been doing a really good job farming up and kind of just, getting what he needs here. And they're actually stronger right now at the 12-minute mark because of that Kraken Slayer, because of that first legendary item. Also, you see the Hextech Proto Belt onto Kato. This is when they're really strong, the 1 to 2 item power spikes. Unfortunately, Jin Call only has a Rylaze to his name, so that Infernal Drake is going to go over to Ohio Northern. But once again, look at Castle. look how far ahead he is in both gold items and evolving his jungle pet monster. He has just been dutifully taking camps,
Oh, no way.
punishing. Whoa!
No flash, no escape. Nightstar goes down in the bot lane. Aggression with the shutdown. Pluto tries to get away, but can't. The tower's not going to claim any more lives. In GVU, they played it safe before. They got a little too comfortable, and ONU makes them pay.
Yeah, they got some much-needed kills. Unfortunately, though, it goes on to two of the tanks. Right, Sejuani and Ornn picking those up. Right, you would have loved to see one of them go into Kaizen. You'd have loved to see him get a little bit of more extra gold so he can keep up with Nightstar come later into the game here. But because of that play, because they TP'd aggression down, Proctor, Castle got some turret plates on the top side. I even think Jinkall got one for himself here. And this top lane turret might just go down here. First turret gold is going to go over to Grandview. And Cho'Gath's going to be a big boy. Oh, no!
The minions are going to finish it off. Proctor gets that 500 stimmy check straight to the bank. But unfortunately for him, ONU cash in on a stimmy of their own. He goes down. Heartsteel acquired. And against a team with not a whole lot of percent health damage. Seems like a pretty good item, as you mentioned. Proctor's going to try to go for the big game, where he becomes larger and larger with each feast stack. Try to be a huge tank for the squad. Keep the carries alive. Taking a look at the gold leads. Castle's up 700, but kind of as to be expected. Julian, I think, has done his part. He's not farming. You got to be able to make some plays happen on the map. And he's done so, contributing to 3 kills so far. But Castle's also got a huge experience lead, Chibi, that he's going to be looking to take advantage of as we continue into the mid game.
Yeah, you know, Sleep, Castle 0-0-0, woke. He's got a 2-level lead. He's 700 gold up. Like, he didn't fail his job as this jungler, right? He took the Sejuani into Graves matchup and leveraged it perfectly here. Like you said, Strict Proctor has that hard steal into this short-range composition specifically. Yeah, he can just bully these guys off because he does so much damage. Nightstar.
Let's see, in the bot lane, the shield can only hold for so long as the arrows continue to rain on in. It's a teleport. Kato's joining the fight, but the help is not needed. Brother, I am okay! Kai comes in with a kill. Kato takes one, says, bro, that's the lunch tax. I'm gonna take your little kid's meal there a little bit. Kato with some much-needed gold as well. Rift Herald used in the mid lane.
I mean, yeah, kills are going over to Ohio Northern, but look at what they're getting onto the map as he's Tokyo drifting. He's going to take it potentially to that top side here. Actually just going to run it into Julian. Yeah, he's got a dip. Castle's really strong right now.
Lots of ultimates being used here, going back and forth, but GVU can't find a kill, Shibby. They do have 2 inner turrets to their name. As this game continues to unfold, we've gotten a lot more action going on post 10 minutes. And right now, the gold about even. GVU with a slight lead. The next dragon, GVU, they got to think about starting going for these dragons. Now, Rift Herald, they don't have to worry about that on the map. I feel like they might prioritize this upcoming fight.
Yeah, despite ONU being super proactive, you know, trying to get leads on the map, he is doing his part. He's 1-0-2. He is doing his part. He's participating. He's getting his team ahead. He's getting the kills. Grandview getting turrets in the top side, turrets in the mid lane, tons of gold leads across the map. CS lead, massive for Castle right now. Also, for Jinkall, farming very well into Kato. Small CS lead, but you got to realize he got a ton of plates for himself. He's gotten so much gold off of these early plates that this Grandview team is very scary at this dragon, right? Riley's, he's almost got the Leandries. The important thing, he does have the mass there to get that passive off. And GVU, with this front line of Nautilus, of Cho'Gath, it's rough to fight in this team, especially if you're short range as Ohio Northern. Graves just absolutely loves this because of the grit, the collateral damage. He likes it when there are short range team compositions trying to fight up against him.
Aggression, early teleport in with the Call of the Forge God. They have long range engage. Cuz and Julian can follow up. It feels like ONU want to start this fight. they have the big red button. Who's going to be able to find Nightstar?
Ooh.
Cho'Gath Feast
Interesting.
taken. Kato has an execute.
Whoa!
Triple knock up into the silence, but GVU, they're having a hard time loading in. Here's the call to Forge God. Nightstar safe in the back line. Culling comes out. Keep your eyes on the carries. Castle's getting low. The tank line getting knocked up. They found
Look at
Nightstar,
Jinqual.
who has to flash away. Jinqual safe as well. Low health bars for ONU. The Polar Bears are looking weak, but Kato goes in. He can't find the kill. 2 apiece. Now it's a double kill for Nightstar. GVU hang on their carries in the back line. Somehow avoid all of that knock up, all that CC. They stay alive and survive the fight.
And I love the way they positioned during that team fight. Jinqual and Nightstar were on opposite sides parallel to each other on that fight. So you have to choose for Ohio Northern. Do we go after the auto attack AD carry, or do we go after this dragon that's just, you know, morning breathing us to death pretty much, right? He's eating garlic, onions. The guy hasn't brushed his teeth, and he's just wailing away against ONU. Difficult decision for them, and unfortunately, neither of the carries go down for Grandview. The damage keeps stacking, and the longer these fights go, Jinqual and Nightstar are going to get more and more value. Ohio Northern lose that team fight. When it started off good, it ended horrible.
That win gives them some breathing room in the dragon stacking. It is a Cloud Rift, notoriously Cloud Soul, rather weak, but hey, Dragon Soul's a Dragon Soul. I think it's gotten a little bit better over time, going in with that ultimate usage and such. GVU with a 1,000 gold lead. It's hard to believe we're in a such close map, but with this one, Shibby, I know these two teams are looking. We were hoping to get 3 games tonight for each of these series. Game 1, very close so far. Hopefully a sign of things to come. We haven't even hit the 20-minute mark yet. Baron Nasher spawning shortly, going to make things interesting for both squads. I think notably for GVU, they've got a really fast Baron taking team.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try to tempt it, though. They're not super far ahead to the point where they can just kind of start, stop Baron, bait a team fight. They definitely want to look for these picks with Pluto, with Castleers.
No
oh my
way.
god!
They're going for Nightstar. They're hunting for the GVU carry, and it's successful. What a dive. The CC chain comes through in perfect timing. As I mentioned, Baron Nasher spawns in Ohio Northern preemptively. Take the queen and take down Nightstar.
Nightstar hates his life. Like, what do you even do? Ornn ult on top of the glacial prison? Like, you literally cannot move here. But they're going to want to contest this 5v3. It is possible. Castle going in.
He's getting slowed down and he's getting focused. Kato tries to hunt for the junglers. The rest of the team focuses on Baron. Here's a lot of damage from Jinqual. Can he do it? Baron getting low. Smite secure. The objective is taken. Ohio Northern get what they came from, but Jinqual says it comes with a cost. A triple kill so far in the fight. Castle looks to take Baron off of all the members of ONU. Kai, too much damage, but aggression is going to be fed to the raid monster. 2 top laners going toe-to-toe. Proctor's a little on the slow side. It's going to take some time before aggression goes down.
They're actually going to give that shutdown over to Jinqual. Very smart. 4-0-2. Triple kill, delayed quadra, and that's going to give them time on the map as well. Like you mentioned, what was the price? They paid in blood, Mac. 4 members go down for that Baron. Yes, you've got it onto Kai. You still can siege here, but that's a ton of gold going into Jinqual's pockets. And we know what this man can do when he puts the carry pants on. He takes the team onto the field trip and gets them to that Nexus one way or another.
Mid lane once again under threat. Nightstar Chain of Corruption goes wide. Still trying to slow him down. Culling comes out. They seem to feel like they've got a numbers advantage here. Kai getting slowed down as well. It's a lot of damage on not a lot of resistances for Strict Proctor. A lot of magic resist, but Kai doesn't really care about that. He's just going to melt through the GVU top laner. Then as I think finally mid lane, the outer turret's going to fall.
Yeah, I don't think Strict Proctor knew how much damage that was going to do. Nightstar might be in trouble.
Avoids the knockup, but has taken a lot of damage. He has to back away. Pluto's the first to fall. Kai dashing ahead. Jinqual is in the bot lane, and 1 Baron buff is enough for Ohio Northern to seize the opportunity and even up the amount of turrets in this game taken. That solo inner turret gold, Kato, the 700 gold in his pocket, going to be a bit of a difference maker. ONU, off of getting Baron, have got a gold lead for themselves, 2,000. Look at Kai, big in the lead now, 11k.
Yeah, all right. Those early kills that Nightstar got couldn't translate them into more, couldn't get more gold on the map. And so a lot of those dives, Kai's been getting a ton of those kills, been on all the assists. He's got nearly 100% kill participation, right? Along with Cuz here. That's why there's a ton of gold in his pockets. Kai, singularly the strongest member on the team, but you can see on Grandview side, Castle has a big lead onto Julian. Jinkall on this Aurelion Soul specifically. And look at the build he's going, by the way. Leandry's into another mask. Because it's not a unique stacking passive, you can get the extra amping damage from the mask here. Jinkall is on top of the builds. He's going to be pumping out huge amounts of damage. If they over-index on the Nightstar, who's going to deal with the Space Dragon?
Kato, meanwhile, is trying to adapt to the game in real time. This time, opts for the Nautilus ultimate. These ranged carries are tricky to lock down. GVU, they're prioritizing the Dragon. Ohio Northern, they're not on Soul Point. They're going to keep on pushing into the mid lane. GVU maybe going to flank. They're going to look for a fight. They're not afraid. They're at full HP. Here we go. Caught off guard. Who's away from the fight? I think it's Cuz. He's not here. Oh no, it's Kato with the flank. He's looking for Castle. But Nightstar and Jinkwall, they're safe here, Shibby. They're going to be able to tear through ONU, a 4-man, 5-man ulti. Kai's still alive as well. It's 3-on-3 in the mid lane. Everybody, it's like an ARAM trying to go toe-to-toe. The fighting so close at the end of the day. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but the teams might not be finished just yet. Castle gets the scuttle, and GVU decides to back off.
The only reason GVU doesn't win that fight, Jinkall ran out of mana. He's literally at 0 mana right now. If he's allowed to keep firing away, this game, that team fight is pretty much over. Nightstar, though, he's dead.
Flashing, trading between the ADCs. Kai not afraid to play aggressively here. I feel like this season, with the meta, we've seen a lot of Caitlyn, a lot of Varus. This is a switch up from Kai that reminds me of how he was last season.
Yeah, shades of 2022 or 2023 Kai, right? Realistically, this guy is just popping off at the moment, and Jinkall gonna pick up that blue offset. I don't want that to happen again. I need mana. He hasn't really built a crazy ton of a mana here as the Riftmaker gets popped in for him, and because these fights are going so long, that Riftmaker is gonna get tons of value. I love the build from Jinkall specifically, understanding that as long as he survives, there's no way in hell Ohio Northern win that fight. But specifically, Kai and Kato on these flanks, aggressively going in, trying to find the carries here, using the space that their tanks are giving them to try to dive onto Grandview. Both of these teams have very specific and good win conditions. It feels like ONU's is a little bit harder to execute because they have to find angles, they have to find sneaky ways to get in, while Grandview, they've just got to make sure that they're paying attention to everybody on the map and position correctly.
The next focus for both teams, Baron once again spawns in 30 seconds. Nightstar, I think especially, we've seen the dive potential between aggression, between Julian and Cuz. They can annihilate an immobile carry target like Nightstar. There's not a lot of defensive options available for Pluto. No Mikhails have been picked up. He doesn't have Cleanse. He went with Ghost. I think ONU, they're going to be looking for that kind of pick. Can GVU, can Nightstar position carefully so the rest of the team can protect him and he won't get caught out? It's a tough ask given how well ONU can execute the engage aggression. Meanwhile, for the time being, he's on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he has TP available, so if a fight breaks out, he can start TPing in. Realistically, you kind of just have to body block the Sejuani ultimate. If you're Pluto, you kind of just take one for the team and be like, yeah, let me eat this for you. They have to play essentially front back with Pluto and Nightstar because he's flashless, because he doesn't have the Ghost available. That Ornn ultimate's rough, right? Because the Braum gets locked in, denies the Ornn from Grandview, picking that up for themselves, especially onto Nightstar, who, if he doesn't have sums, is almost insta-dead every time. I like the idea Ohio Northern's going for. It's can they execute consistently especially with that double carry or even triple carry threat that Grandview has. Castle's been relatively quiet, 0-1-5, but he's definitely been pumping out the damage, right? Like, he's definitely been doing a lot in these fights. It's just Jincall and Nightstar have been the ones to pick up the kill.
Oh, and you get priority around the objective after shoving in mid lane. The culling was used to force Jincall to back away. And now the team's looking to reset here. We're locking in. I feel like it's the roller coaster ride as we're going up, 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 up. We know it's coming. But we don't know when we're going to drop on into the other side. The fast-paced action of the next team fight. Both teams realize the severity, trying to group up as much as possible. I think ONU's side waves are in favor. They can be pushing towards GVU. The pressure on the blue side is quite immense, but they're going to be positioning, posturing, trying to look for a death brush here. Can they find the engage? Pluto goes in. They found Cuz. Is that who they're looking for? Chain of Corruption goes wide. Kato can't connect. Jinqual safe. Look at Jinqual melting. ONU from the back. Nightstar trying to kite away. I think they're doing it. Kato goes down as well. GVU, a clean ace. Wipe the fight and take over the game. Shippy, they're just running down mid.
Why not? 22 seconds on Cuz, 30 on Kai. There's definitely a chance for them to just end this game. They've got Varus, they've got Graves, they've got 3 Void Grub stacks here. Why not just try to look for the end here? The clean ace comes in. GVU play around the pockets of vision. They take control of the Baron area, and because it's dark for ONU, somebody's got a face check, and unfortunately, Cuz is that individual. A very well-laid trap from Grandview to close out game 1 at the 29-minute mark. This is the GVU we were promised. This is the GVU that you poked, ONU, and this is the GVU that has awoken.
In one fight, they end the game. It wasn't even that long of death timer, Shivy. I can't believe it. Just like that, game number 1 is over. The perfect trap by GVU. Wow, what a fight there. The execution on point. Jinqual positioning over the wall, I think found 2 critical members of ONU. That's the kind of fight I like to watch the replay of and dive in. I was having a hard time keeping up because I was all over the place. But GVU, the execution on point. Pluto coming in clutch, finding the right engage. Man, what a start to the series. GVU take game 1.
Yeah. Beautiful positioning. We talked about Jincall and Nightstar being the hard carries here specifically, even though Nightstar was getting caught, I would say, or was getting dove with like double, triple ultimate investment. Yeah. Aurelion Sol, such a big pick for them. Came in clutch. Good drafting. Good job, Dreyer. If that was you, I give kudos to you. But Jincall, once again, showing why his champion pool is so deep, bringing out the Aurelion Sol and just playing it to perfection, right? The ultimates, the morning breath that we talked about, just really clutch play from him, and just making sure that he's not stacked up with Nightstar, and that both of those carries are positioning parallel of each other was what won them those team fights. Because ONU has to make the decision. Do we kill Varus or do we kill Aurelion Sol? And if they over-index into one, the other guy is just going to kill him outright. GVU with a really good composition and really good mid-game play, setting that trap to end the game.
It was a close one, but GVU able to come on through in the end, but it is a best-of-3 series. We've got more CLOL action coming your way. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should come and watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. Use command !Spring Championship in the chat and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back after the break with game number 2 of Grandview University versus Ohio Northern.
Hello, my name is Michael Barnes. I am the top laner for ONU.
How's it going? I'm Julian. I'm the jungle for Ohio Northern Esports League of Legends team.
My name is Caden Secondton. I play mid. My name is Kato in game. I go to Ohio Northern.
My name is Kyle Teckington, or Kai. I'm the ADC or bot lane for ONU.
Hi, I'm Ken. I go by Cuz as my gamer tag, and I'm the support player for my school's League of Legends team.
What are the things you look forward to whenever you get an offline event like this?
Kind of like a fun vacation away from my school too, where I get to travel with my teammates, like some of my best friends.
I just love traveling. I think traveling is a lot of fun.
The fact that I'm coming to land to play with people, and just being able to see them, or if there's some vicinity, you just add another aspect to it.
Being in the environment is way different than like being in our rooms back at school.
Other than that, obviously playing in person, I prefer compared to playing online. It feels a little more intimate.
Yeah,
a little more intimate. Absolutely.
Sure.
I think it's really awesome being able to see the other athletes from other schools and like their performances, their excitement.
You're just seeing everyone and just being able to put just a face to the name.
Yeah, for sure.
They are.
For sure.
Having your opponent right across from you,
Yeah.
and then winning, and then looking them in the eye and just be like, yeah, good game.
Yeah. Do you think you play better?
I mean, obviously the trash talking that too.
No, I think I got the lane buff. I got the
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like, yeah, you wanted me so bad, and look where it got you. My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name's Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Boostinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting like from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, more League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Can't say
Probably Ines, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that, you know, someone from Quebec is able to be, you know, decent at League of Legends.
And it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
Yeah.
I think, like, once people realize that, like, we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. Like, I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We are back as we continue on our coverage of the MEC 2024 CLOL playoffs. We're in winners semifinals in our first matchup of the Friday night doubleheader. The top 4 squads face off on the Rift to find out who's going to be moving on to the winners finals. Our first series delivering on the hype. Game 1 was a close one, but with Grandview finding a decisive fight, they're able to finish it off very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of a timer for Ohio Northern, right? It kind of felt like they were trying to get things done. They were definitely proactive. Julian was jungling, was getting across the map, was getting kills for the bot lane, was pressuring the right lanes. I mean, you saw Kato and Kai, right? Like TPing down in the bot lane, forcing kills onto Nightstar and onto Pluto here, but it just wasn't enough, right? They weren't able to get a substantial enough gold lead for them to start forcing objectives and forcing Grandview to fight them. Pretty much every fight that was taken was on Grandview's terms, right? Whether it was a nice double or triple knockup from Proctor, or it was a big hook from Pluto onto Cuz there to start those fights off, they never fought on really ONU's terms. The only time it happened was when Nightstar was getting dove under like the mid-tier 1 here.
Yeah.
So ONU, bit of an interesting composition, right? With those double tanks, with the Ornn, with the Sejuani. Not picking scaling was kind of my big thing for them. It's like you have the Ornn, you have Sedge, you want to try to pick at least a scaling jungler, or sorry, scaling AE carry, scaling mid. But GVU understood what they had, and they just kind of executed perfectly. Jinkall having a MVP level performance.
The Acel, I don't think he went down at all in that game. I think he was like 705.
Yeah, something crazy like that.
We don't have the damage numbers, but I think, as you mentioned during the game, he went that double Leandries, and I mean, it added up on the high health bars, as you mentioned, 2-3 tanks for ONU, and I wonder if they're going to switch that up a little bit here. I feel like we haven't seen aggression on a whole lot of tanks, but they banned away the Cassante. They wanted to kind of limit Proctor's comfort. And in this one, I think he kind of styled out a little something that we hadn't necessarily seen before. These teams are coming off. This is the first time they've played since spring break. A huge distance here, or a huge time has passed since the first round of playoffs. We had that sort of week off, and now this is kind of a second week, the end of that second week here. GVU have come prepared, and as we said before, a big storyline coming into tonight's series. GVU losing to ONU during the regular season, but wanting to amp things up for playoffs, and this time come prepared in their matchup.
Yeah, Proctor's not beating the tank allegations, but I mean, you can get wild with it, right? You can pick up a Cho'Gath, a Scion, a Cassante, a Ornn, whatever, right? There's a ton of tanks in the game. You can never get bored. But like, that's how this team functions, right? That's what GVU does. They've got Proctor in the top side with a big tank matchup. They let Jinkall cook. They let Nightstar cook on these carries. And cool enough, Castle on this Graves, a lot of people would argue that he was not that impactful. He didn't really do a lot. But he was really strong, right? He was 2-level lead onto Julian, an item lead up, lethality Graves, right? They really couldn't all in anybody on GVU side, because the moment you do that, Graves dashing in, he's unloading the full combo, throwing the collateral damage down, and you're either half health or near death. And by that time, Nightstar and Jinkall will be there for the cleanup. I love that pick from Castle, just abusing the fact that Julian is going to play these facilitating style junglers, is going to go aggressive, is going to sacrifice camps if he needs to, and just taking advantage of that with a farming jungler, but not necessarily a scaling jungle.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting, right? Some of that, I feel like Graves is kind of unique in that perspective, at least from a meta perspective. I haven't seen kind of Graves Nidalee creep up in a long time because of how well the top junglers can play.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those, for diving into like League, I think champ adjustments nerding a little bit. It's like Katarina, right? Where even the slightest change, like Katarina mains are fine. Katarina struggles for like regular players. I saw this one bit about Cat mains just chilling, and if Katarina were to receive any buffs, they would just go through the roof. So I feel like Graves in Italy kind of similar in that regard, and I wonder if Castle's going to keep on this kind of carry threat route.
Kindred?
Julian was playing Trundle, I believe, quite a bit in their first series. The Sejuani here and the Ornn for aggression feel like that's where ONU might look to switch things up the most in game number 2. Very curious how they kind of set things up after how game 1 unfolded. Both teams have kind of showed their initial, this is Shippy, you're all in, the chips are moving forward, you got some cards in your hand, I know. I wonder what else these teams have got prepped for this playoff series.
Yeah, it's rough because aggression, other than that Darius Nar, like he's kind of defaulted back to tanks, and you don't really want to go tank v tank into Proctor because that's Proctor's playground, man. That's the dude's comfort zone. Like he will just abuse you. He'll be tankier than you. He'll get more items than you. Like it just feels really rough when you play into Proctor's game, into that top side, right? Domain expansion, whatever you want to call it. He just sets the battlefield ready. And for ONU, yeah, I would argue maybe Kato and Kai can pick something a little bit more heavy scaling, things that do a lot more with gold later on in the game, right? If you want to play into the GVU team fight, go ahead. There are ways to beat them. There are ways to win it. It's just tough. And I don't know if ONU have other strategies that they want to bring out right now. If they came into this thinking like, yeah, we'll just win with very aggressive mid bot and leverage those highly aggressive early game leads into mid game objectives, into team fights. But GVU is just like, yeah, you can do that all you want. Like we'll eventually scale up. We'll eventually get our kills and get our gold and get our items, and we'll just beat you in a team fight eventually, front to back here. As the bans have not changed for GVU. ONU though, Nocturne and Viego removed. Are they going to take the Graves out? Are they going to try to maybe give the Sejuani over to GVU and not have it be a takeaway? Ooh,
I'm surprised. I'm thinking Varus. As a first pick, it's so strong, and it's going to be left available. I don't really see a reason for GVU to not lock it in here. I don't think there's anything else really at the same level of priority. One of the nice things is that Nightstar gets to choose. It feels like late game scaling Varus is Nightstar's preference. That probably where he thrives a little bit more based on, the Kog'Maw, the Zeri, and I think last game we got to see Nightstar's comfort zone of kiting around trying to pop off in team fights. GVU gonna set him up in a very similar position. Now for the side of ONU, I think it's tricky trying to counter. They're gonna go for the Jinx. You want late game carries for Kai and Kato, Shivy? Well, here you go, my guy. Jinx locked in for the ADC Kai. These are champions we have not seen him on. The Jinx and the Lucian. ONU trying to chef something up here.
New flavors, new moves. As I thought they were gonna end up taking potentially the Nautilus away, right? Jinx Nautilus, a pretty good lane, very solid. But they might want to give that over. The Brahm's fine, right? Braum into Nautilus should be Braum lane favored, because the moment Nautilus hooks in, you hit him with the Winter's Bite, you hit him with the passive, the concussive blows, and eventually you'll just take a ton of damage here. Jinx, very good at proccing it. Maybe not as good as Illusion, right? Obviously, because you can get the resets going, but in those extended, longer, drawn-out team fights, the moment Jinx gets a kill, the moment she gets excited, it starts heavily tilting in ONU's favor here. But GVU, they're not afraid of the Braum counter pick. Like, they're more than happy to go Nautilus, because mid-game, Pluto was getting some really good depth charges onto the carries, right? Onto Lucian, onto Silas in those mid-games, and just kind of stuffing out everything they want to do. Why not? And there's the Trundle being locked in. You've heard my prayers, GVU. Dreyer, I don't know if you're tuned in, but I love this pick.
To go into the Sejuani, I think it's a notable counter pick with the ultimate, able to steal away an absurd amount of armor and MR. The Braum counter pick comes through, and we head into the second phase of bans, where the two solo lanes are once again going to be focused by both teams, and Strict Proctor is going to be put to the test, both him and Jinqual losing their champions from the previous match.
Yeah, and it is so Trundle favored. Like, what Sejuanis will do is that instead of foregoing, or instead of going Aftershock, they'll go like Hail of Blades, they'll go like Fleet Footwork. There's a lot of different summoner rune choices you could actually go here, but it doesn't mitigate the fact of how hard a counter this is, right? Because the best thing about Sejuani is that she's a tanky, beefy frontline. What does Trundle do the best? Yoinks your armor, yoinks your MR, shreds you down. And oh, by the way, he becomes the tank. Look at me. I am the tank now, Castle will say here. But Kato on this Nico.
I like it.
I love it. I think Kato's been pretty good on the champion. I think Nico in general in the MEC has been pretty solid, right? You can get those sneaky pop blossoms coming in, right? 3-man, 4-man pop blossoms. It can just turn the tides of fights, and I like this.
No way.
Is Jinko gonna lock it in? No. Wow.
Let's
Jinko.
go. Let's go.
'Cause you know what? I'm a bit of an Akali connoisseur myself.
I happen to dabble in the ninja way a little bit. And very exciting lock-in. I like the adaptation. Cassante does make it through. I was wondering, sure, you take away Strict Proctor's champion he played last game? Well, we'll go on to the Cassante this time. ONU. Maybe gonna go the Gnar counter into the Cassante. I think that's what they played last time in the matchup.
Gnar's banned.
Oh, Gnar's banned.
Gnar.
Max a silly goose. Yeah. Not even paying attention. Lock in. It's playoffs, man. What's aggression going to do? But I was gonna say I like the switch up to give aggression counter pick here and a little bit more comfort, because the Ornn was the safe pick into the top lane. He didn't want to be countered. Now he gets to lock in this Gragas pick.
Yeah, the great neutralizer, in my opinion, just super good at making laning phases boring, milquetoast, just doesn't lose, doesn't really win, is super annoying to deal with. Very good disengage as well, right? With the belly bump, with the explosive cast, especially into a team like the Akali, like the Cassante, who's going to be flying all over the team fights. Having that disengage, especially for your Jinx, is going to be very, very important here. Sejuani is an interesting pick, right? Pairs up with the Gragas, can get those passive stacks off the permafrost here, but realistically, gonna be rough, at least into the early game, especially with Castle. If he gets those invades off, if he really feels cheeky, has that lethal tempo potential, or even press the attack, Trundle can just make Julian's life a living hell in that jungle area. And once again, it's up to Castle to kind of leverage those leads, leverage the fact that Julian is on a Sejuani, slower clearing, has to get things done. Is he going to go more for the farm route, or is he going to try to duel you in these 3v3s, especially with the Akali and the Cassante in the top? Those 2v2s are looking mighty fine for GVU.
And if you were to tell me Julian would come into the series with back-to-back Sejuani games, I'd be a little surprised. It doesn't really stand out to me as his regular season comfort zone here, but ONU, I like the Nico pick for Kato. Some potential pop-offs in the team fight, looking to knock up the whole squad. Very interesting match 2 here for us. Game number 1, super close, especially through the early game. Slow-paced for both teams, choosing very carefully Shibby when they want to fight, when they want to make plays. ONU trying to push us to a game number 3. Their backs up against the wall, hoping to avoid the losers bracket as we hop on to Summoner's Rift. Welcome everybody to game number 2. GVU looking to continue trying to defend their title, trying to take the next step in that journey. Moving on to winners finals is the hope, with a victory here on the match. That would give them a ticket to face the winner of Purdue Northwest versus Ottawa, our next series of the Monday night doubleheader. ONU looking to delay the start of that next game. We'll see how it goes for them as they've made some adjustments, as we've talked about in the draft. Kai on this Jinx, a late game carry, hoping to take over.
Yeah, and I think, for Jinkall, we kind of put him into this box, right? Like, oh, he's a mage player. He doesn't really do anything. But last year, he was playing a good chunk of Akali Silence. Like, this guy can navigate the assassin matchups or these burst kind of style mid laners. It's not that Jinkall doesn't play it. He just, will trend towards the mage players. So he's still a very lethal threat. I know it's Kato's champion. I know he's had the highlight moments, but Jinkall on the Akali, especially when they banned out that Silas in the rotation, I was like, oh, it's coming. This is exactly what he wants. You love this matchup. So I want to see how he's going to leverage it. And you look at Julian not paying any respect to that Trundle, actually going after shock here, not trying to get cute with the rune choices. Lethal tempo for Castle. Everything else across the board is stock standard. And right now, Grandview on a bit more of a decisive or explosive composition, similar to ONU, right? Both of these teams arguably want to fight on their own terms, as Pluto, unfortunately, as he hooks in, is going to take those concussive blows, is going to take the blasts here and take a ton of damage. I like that Kato's on something that allows his team to kind of clean up, right? Allows Kai to get things going. Those pop blossoms are going to be really good, especially into this composition that's going to be grouped up, right? The Akali, the Cassante, the Trundle, all prime targets for multi-man pop blossoms.
Exactly. And Jinqual has been not playing the season safe, I'll say. His positioning is usually on point, but it's usually like defensive positioning, right? So I think it'll be really fun to watch how he plays on a champion like this. Akali and Aurelion Sol might just be polar opposites in terms of play style. So I wonder how he's going to go. Kato also kind of making that shift from a range carry into the mid lane. Maybe Julian making a play. Jinqual not using flash just yet. He's got plenty of health, and I think that little Shadow is going to help him escape from the gank. Directed cam. Not even taking us down there. It's all good. We got some action in the bot lane. Ignite onto Kai to try to get him low. Castle moving his way. Knocks up Cuz.
No flash.
Let's see, the root comes through. Cuz is in trouble here. I don't think he's going to be able to escape, and it's first blood for Nightstar. Julian spending his time mid lane, opens the window for Castle to help out the bot lane.
Yeah, and you look at Castle, he started on the top side, right, on his blue buff. At the same time, Julian was starting on the opposite side, right, looking to leverage potentially Aggression's counterpick to Gragas to get him lane advantage. So Castle walks in, skips the Krugs, and just gets that gank going, forces the fight into the bottom lane 3v2. And once again, Nightstar starting off with a very good first blood here on hit Varus. Once again, lethal tempo locked in here. Look at what Aggression's doing, man. This is just Gragas doing Gragas things. Like, you can't do anything about it. It's so frustrating to play against that champion.
And he's got the biscuits from the inspiration tree, I think. And is going to be able to help with that early game sustain. Just make it so Aggression's like, I'm going to make it out of this early late phase fine, just till you watch. We're going to be fighting over Groves. We're going to be fighting over Herald. It's going to be a good time. You're going to have fun, Proctor. We're going to have fun. Proctor's just biding his time for later on. We'll see how it goes. GVU with an early gold lead. The neutral objectives about to spawn, and both junglers heading to the top side of the map.
EP gets used for Aggression. Matching from Proctor here as well. And I think we're going to see Aggression trending towards that Roa build. So a little bit more damage, a little bit more beef. Kind of dipping half and half into the tanky / AP build, right? Not hyper indexing into one or the other. Ooh, Pluto, a cheeky little hook, almost gets it. Look at Proctor, though.
Talking about these junglers on the top side. Proctor trying to set up Castle. The Cassante knockback plus the Trundle Pillar's going to force Julian to flash on out of there. Now Aggression forced to back away so much early trading. You talked about the strength of the top side for GVU, and they're taking advantage of it. Aggression gets knocked back in. Castle with lethal tempo, wanting to look for more. He just wants to keep on whacking with the big stick. But Ohio Northern, Julian and Aggression are safe. Castle's going to turn his attention to the Groves as a hook connects. Dredgeline finds Cuz. Nightstar tries to fire away. Pluto doesn't get stunned up, but Nightstar going to get rooted up. And the trade goes quite evenly between the two bot lanes. Kai's out of mana.
Got a little bit more health here. That last rocket. The Ignite goes down. I think Cuz is gonna die here.
Pluto finds him and wins supportal combat as Aggression takes down Castle. Strict Proctor levels up. And it's time to take on over. Aggression hits level 6 as well, and he's got a double! The top jungle duo win out for Ohio Northern.
They dismantle Castle in that 2v2 in the top side. And Proctor, the moment he hits 6, uses the all-out. Did you see what Aggression did? He E'd towards the minions to get the level up, quickly skills the ultimate and says, you know what? You want this fight? I'll give it to you. Gets the 2-0 double kill on the top side, trending towards the Roa, going the full scaling build, by the way. He's got tier in hand. He's going to go for that really beefy, high AP build. Aggression winning out in the 2v2 on the top side, but Grandview's bottom lane, he felt disrespected, man. Kai and Cuz are getting clowned on right now.
1 kill for each respective bot lane member of GVU. Slight CS lead, but nothing too notable just yet. Aggression's got a pretty big lead on the Cassante, and Void Grubs are going to be finished up here. Castle only took 1, and 2 is going to be the price for Julian. He will happily take that and get ONU a little bit closer, but they can only get up to 5 stacks at this point. But Julian,
Proctor?
Not yet level 6. He's going to look for another gank, though. No ultimate, no ghost. Proctor does not have a way out here. Explosive cast is about to come up here, Shibby. I don't know if it's going to be in time. The cooldown, not there. Strict Proctor able to escape. Aggression now has the explosive cast. It's that window of opportunity so close there. Oh, and you can't secure the kill.
Aggression had a pretty mean freeze onto Proctor here. Even though those grubs went down and the global kind of objective shows that, he had to try to break that freeze, right? Because if it's allowed to stay there, Aggression can just hold that, and Julian can come back for another gank and potentially kill him. So he trades a ton of his HP back, right? Like you saw, just to shove that wave in, just to get a couple more minions so that it either bounces or goes back into his favor here. A lot of people would look at that as an in-play. I commend Proctor for that, right? Knowing the limits of Cassante, understanding that he's completely fine, even though there's 2 members coming up to gank him. And so far, Grandview, a nice, comfy 1,000 gold lead at the 8.5-minute mark. A lot of that onto the jungle, onto GVU's bot lane.
Julian is now level 6. Kai is there as well. Cuz is not, as the Chain of Corruption roots him down. The depth charge as well, and Cuz gets taken out. A solid pick there. GVU see their moment of opportunity and sees it perfectly.
Woof. GVU are allowed to play their game right now, right? Like they're finding these opportunistic fights, castles around the map, controlling kind of the flow of the game at the moment. Julian kind of feels like he's on the back foot a little bit. As
oh my
Aggression.
gosh.
I don't trust this health bar from Cassante, right? That's not enough.
Oh, he's going over the wall. No ultimate. Aggression does connect with the Q. It's a lot of damage. Proctor's got to be careful. Jinqual's roaming up. When I see the Akali on the minimap, it's a little weird for me. I think of Kato first, but I gotta keep reminding myself it's Jinqual on Akali. I gotta be ready for those Akali roams coming out of the GVU mid laner. Objectives being pretty much traded back and forth. GVU with a slight advantage, 1 Void Grub plus 1 Dragon. I think a little bit better than just 2 Void Grubs. Very close game though so far, and a lot of scaling. I think we're going to be looking, I'm reminded of game number 1 when thinking about just everyone grouped together and both teams looking to 5v5 each other at all costs. I feel like we're going to see maybe something similar from this match, depending on how GVU want to play it. Strict Proctor, with how behind he is, I think it's a little tough to try and play the solo lane efforts. I think Aggression might win out on those. Jinqual, meanwhile, getting a CS lead, but has been able to make any critical roams on the map. Void Grubs is about to spawn here. I think GVU might just take another 1 and maybe trade it that way and rotate bot side, but we'll have to see, as it's going to be up in just under a minute.
Yeah, that 4-2 split. Pretty solid for GVU, right? They don't really need the 5 or the grubs or the voidlings. They just kind of want to deny it from ONU because there is potential side laning pressure, right? Aggression and Kato can do decent damage to the turret, specifically Kato with that passive on the Nico here. But realistically, they want a group, and Grandview are more than comfy denying that. They want dragon control. Minute and a half until this Infernal. You see that their bot lane is trying to already prep some of that vision, right? Inching their vision line deeper and deeper, removing wards from Ohio Northern, because if ONU is allowed to get onto the objectives first, set up properly, Kato's flanks, whether he's disguised or whether he's behind Grandview, could just turn team fights immediately into ONU's favor. So you've got to look at Grandview prepping these objectives and inching their vision line forward and forcing ONU to kind of face check into them, as there might be a potential fight onto the grubs. I really think, like you said, Castle just wants to take 1 and dip. But if they're going to give them all of them, why not take it?
Pluto, a well-timed roam. Nightstar waving from on back there. He knows he's in a pretty safe spot. Jinx, Braum, somewhat struggle. I mean, Nightstar's got both of his summoner spells. He's just going to be able to try to clear this wave. Concussive blows, misses. He's dodging everything. Nightstar's got the blue suede shoes on. He uses the Chain of Corruption as well. There's the ultimate coming out. He's dancing with the devil a little bit, but he comes out okay. Jinqual comes on down. The Akali teleport from the mid lane. Kato's going to help his brother out here. And ONU unable to punish the roam from Pluto, and I think that works out okay for Grandview.
Yeah, 4-2 split. Castle also picked up some minions, right, in that mid lane here. He might try to look for a plate here for Jinqual. But other than that, forced to TP out. Grandview still has a pretty solid 1,000 gold lead. Hasn't really budged since that 8-minute mark here. Ohio Northern looking to make a play. Flash available.
Oh, the prediction from Julian lines it up and forces the summoner spell. And as Dragon spawns here, with that play in the mid lane, I think ONU have priority.
Yeah, no TP available. Jinqual's going to have to take the long walk of shame. Luckily, he's got that Merc Treads early on, so the CC wasn't as long from Julian here. I was sure that Kato might have, like, flashed Pop Blossom to the kill, but I think he values it more for this potential dragon. You said there is priority, but it seems like Grandview's actually gotten onto it first.
Pluto able to dredge line out of there. Julian's pathing to the top side of the map. And I think with the advantage that Nightstar maybe has, it's a slight lead, but only completed boots at the moment. From an item perspective, there's no significant lead, but there is a lot of vision control. As you mentioned before, Shibi, Grandview, prepping for that objective, trying to push their vision line as much as possible. It looks like a blue Christmas tree down there, as Julian's going to try to make an impact, continue getting aggression ahead. No ultimate, but explosive cask doesn't quite go the angle they wanted. A failed gank in the top.
Yeah, I mean, Herald is coming up in about 10 seconds here, so ONU, they don't want to try to force it. They don't really want to, kind of check into that vision line. They'll probably go for this Herald, especially with aggression, kind of having that control in the lane, and Kato with that Pop Blossom. As Castle is going to look for a gank here.
Kai, the hook from Pluto connects. Castle's going to take a big bite, and the bot lane for GVU continues to have a stellar series. A double kill overall, and now pushing more into the bot lane. Nightstar and Pluto having themselves a game.
I mean, kudos to Castle as well, right? Just as a jungler, game one. Yeah, you're a top laner. You hate junglers. I forget. That's just what it is. You hate them.
Proctor
but I think
hasn't gotten a single gank.
I think Castle's been doing a really good job just controlling the pace of the game.
For sure.
Right? Getting objectives, investing in his bot lane. I mean, it's a Cassante. You're not really going to try to gank for him, right? He's doing fine. All out goes in, but I think aggression will be completely fine. Like I said, it feels like Julian's been on the back foot, has been more opportunistic on this Sejuani. He hasn't been able to really force the issue. That one mid lane gank got the flash out of Jinqual, but other than that, Castle's had complete control. Even in game one, right? Didn't have the impact of like a ganking jungler, but was just consistently ahead, got a ton of objectives, got a massive camp and level lead on the Graves, and was just strong fundamentally for those team fights. Castle's my like hidden or secondary MVP if the bot lane is... Uh-oh, you might be dead.
Just one shuriken strike after another. The ultimate comes through with the execution. Kai goes down. In the grouping of GVU in the mid lane, the Vikings are looking for more as they continue to raid. They're building themselves a significant gold lead here in game 2. They're up 3,000. So Rift Herald not yet out on the map. Proctor and Aggression going very close toe-to-toe. But Aggression, been staying in the top lane, might have overstayed his welcome. Castle does have Flash. So does Aggression, using the ultimate. Body slam on out, flash for flash. Castle decides to not go full under the turret. It's just going to back off.
Yeah, they're going to remove that summoner spell, remove the ability for the flash body slam for these potential engages, and GVU slowly but surely just running with this gold lead, right? It was 1,000 for the longest time. Now it's about 3K. And they've just been playing good, solid League of Legends. Like They're rotating their bot lane into mid. Jinkall's doing a good job assassinating Kai here. You look at Castle, finding all the right ganks in all the right places, right? Burning summoners, getting kills. He's gotten Nightstar super far ahead, and Pluto definitely was listening to the broadcast, at least earlier, has picked up a first item Mikhail, saying, you know what? There's only one form of literal CC that Julian has. If I cleanse that from my boy Nightstar, he can just keep firing away and rifling away the arrows. I like that from Pluto. Not a typical buy from a Nautilus support, but a selfless one nonetheless.
The team player for GVU, putting his body on the line, putting his item build on the line. He'll sacrifice it all for the greater good. There's GVU Dragon, potential soul point, Ocean Soul, spawning in under a minute. Jinqual, a well-timed rotation, earned him a kill on that bot side. Kai, I think, wanting to get that bot farm, wanting to get as much farm as you can, but Jinqual kind of caught him off guard, rotating down there quite early for the mid lane. Kato, not there as well. So, regardless, ONU going to start trying to position around the dragon. Not a lot of vision for either team. But again, GVU, I feel like have been in a lot of control. They've got that huge bot wave shoving in. So Kato a little bit behind at the moment. He's trying to shove that out and get some priority. He's actually going to teleport into the mid lane. ONU want to group up. Aggression is here as well. Strict Proctor an early teleport as Rift Herald is spawned. It was secured by
Look at them, Nico.
Polar Blairs. And, oh my gosh, the minion. Nobody, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Jinqual looking for a flank here as the dragon is spawned. Don't be suspicious, minion. Don't be suspicious. Be cool, be cool. Explosive code over. Kato trying to find the huge knockup. Nightstar's safe though. Jinqual's into the backline. It's already Kai who's been forced to flash away. Oh, and you lose their star carry as Jinqual finds the execution. And Grandview University dominate the team fights once more. Again, I say it's a clean ace for GVU.
Triple kill for Nightstar, virtually going untouched in that team fight. And unfortunately, Kato, with that blast plant, could not find the Pop Blossom to turn the fight around. And from bad to worse, the situation's getting dire. ONU, the objective bounties, have told the dinner bell is ringing, and GVU are very, very hungry.
The next course for our Vikings, potentially Baron, spawning in 30 seconds, 6:03. Nightstar, where does he keep getting these recurve bows? He's had two. I'm pretty sure one goes into Terminus. He just keeps finding recurve bows. It's great. He needs the attack speed to melt through ONU's tanks.
Speed. Well, give me more.
As ONU, they're down but not out, and it's tough for Kai. Dealing with Jinqual jumping on him. Jinqual played that fight beautifully. He had one goal, one target, and executed it awesome. It was try and dive onto Kai and just kill him. Also, the summoner spells were used trying to escape. He couldn't get away. Jinqual knows his spot on the Akali. In the bot lane now, does have teleport available. Is going to be able to split push. And once again, GVU with this attack speed Varus, they have a fast Baron taking team. In which Jinqual in the side lane, perfect opportunity to try to set up for the objective or maybe get some picks around it. Kai is the target. Again, no summoner spells. Chain of Corruption connects. Nightstar flashes out of the Pop Blossom beautifully, but do they have enough damage? Kai's staying alive. Nightstar goes godlike, and here comes Jinqual. A beautiful assassination. As GVU continue to dominate game number 2, they wipe the members of Ohio Northern off the map in the mid lane, and only aggression stands to try to stop the objective. It's a tall, probably impossible task. Proctor using his ultimate to go aggressive.
Castle just casually walked in 1v4 and tanked the entirety of Ohio Northern. I don't even think I saw his health bar go down. He pops the ultimate onto Julian and says, yeah, don't worry, guys. I'll buy you enough time. You can TP in. You can take a flight to Japan, get some sushi, and then come into the team fight. I had time to go fill up my gas, and the team fight was still going. Grandview just insane tanking ability from Castle, and Jinkall and Nightstar just rifling away, getting the assassinations off. Kai has just had no breathing room. This bot lane, a whopping 0, 10, and 0, laying the goose egg in one of their most important series.
I wonder when the top laners are gonna realize lane phase is, oh guys, you can go other, it's just inner turrets, guys. It's not, I get it. I'm there too. I want that inner turret. Proctor has Baron buff. Aggression's like, I'm gonna try to kill him, and he might just do it. Nobody's going to help these top laners. Nobody, you can die of aggression. There's no, it's so funny. It's 22 minutes in.
I love you losing your mind.
Let's see. Ohio Northern down about 11,000 gold. Nightstar's been safe in these fights. Jinqual has made it extremely tough for Kai. Let's see if they can find a miracle pick. They may try to focus down Nightstar. It was what worked really well in game number 1, but we haven't seen it in game 2. His Castle's just charging, and he is zooming with the blue jungle item.
It's so scary, right? Like, even if you're Sejuani, normally you're a tank, you're not afraid, but Trundle, dude, like, he's just a different, he's a different man. He's a different beast. Yeah, the top lane fight is still going on. There's 2 separate video games happening. It's a 1v1 in the top side for League of Legends, and finally, it looks like Grandview are gonna try to help
Castle,
out
don't ruin
Proctor
it.
here.
Castle, get out of there. That's disrespectful for the top lane gods.
Shame.
They will not be satisfied with that sort of situation. Pluto's gonna try to get out of danger. It's supportal combat, or Julian's actually there. Cuz decided to back away. So much percent health damage. Nightstar just melts through. Legendary performance.
Oh, what a pillar.
10, 0, and 4. Kai in the back line trying to get hyper, trying to get excited. Kato can't connect on the Pop Blossom. It comes up just a little short, and with Baron buff still around for 40 more seconds, GVU, they decide to back off despite getting 3 kills. The waves aren't necessarily there. They've got Ocean Soul for their next course.
And it's so rough with this Nico as well, right? Because if Kato hits that Nico ultimate, that's a one fight for Ohio Northern. Because Jinx got excited. She had the rockets going. She had the lethal tempo range, right? Like, there was an opportunity for Kai to just kind of, like, try to hard carry these fights. But it's just not there, right? The damage isn't there. The execution isn't there from Ohio Northern. And right now, Grandview, game 1 was kind of close, right? Up until 24 or 25 minutes before Grandview really started running away with the lead. Game 2 is a stomp, right? Like, they have just executed perfectly on all fronts. 10-0-6 on Nightstar. The Akali takeaway from Kato into the Nico specifically as well, right? Just really, really well played from Grandview. It feels like they knew exactly what Ohio Northern's going to do, and Julian's might just be dead here. Yeah, they're just going to invest everything. They said, you know what? We don't like you. We're going to take you down. We're going to bully you, and your friends can't come to help. Julian goes down here, and Mac, this is just bullying.
Baron, the next one, 2 minutes. I don't know if GVU's going to need it. Another hook.
Nah.
Pluto is on fire. Cuz forced to back away. Jinqual is going to try to set up the side lane. Bot lane is there for GVU, slowly but surely pushing in. If they want to end this game anytime soon, they do have to choose the fork approach. Attacking with multiple prongs. Gotta be able to get top lane in there. Jinqual's going to start the split push, going to start to punish the 4-man defense here as Julian's about to respawn. Ohio Northern's window of opportunity to get back in this game is quickly closing here at the 26-minute mark. Chain of Corruption, a good counter engage. The arrows continue to fire, and Jinqual pushing, continuing in the top lane, trying to get a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, no Baron makes it kind of rough to siege, especially into Jinx Nico. It is coming up, but they can just kind of rifle away every wave, and yeah, this tank line, they don't really need Baron, right? You just have massive HP bars. Another hook!
Pluto looking for the engage. This might be ONU's final stand. District Proctor goes into the back line trying to look for it. Julian's taking care of 3 threats. Jinqual somehow solo carries Kai. The Akali carry performance making so that ONU's star ADC doesn't get a spot to shine here in the winners semifinals. It is all glowing for Grandview. 24 kills to 3. Almost 16,000 gold in the lead. Game 1 was the warm-up. They've arrived here to punch their ticket into winners finals. The defending champions continue to look dominant. Playoff mode has been activated, and this squad is locked in and serious.
Woo! 24-3, Ohio Northern. You said that you beat GVU. You said that it was okay, right? You said that we could handle them again. Just rough here, right? Just super rough. This is my best Ohio Northern impression. My camera is, guys, I'm on the gray screen. This was Kai's POV the whole game. Literally the whole game, this was Kai's POV. I feel bad for him.
Stop. That's crazy.
That's just what happened. I can't. There's nothing I can do about that. Anyways, we'll go back. Put some color back into my life.
If anyone's played ADC, we've color cast. God, Shibby, you're nice with it. Anyway, we've all been there as an ADC. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, but congratulations to Grandview University. They punched their ticket into the winners finals, I believe, and will be facing off against either Purdue Northwest or Ottawa. Unfortunately for Ohio Northern, they're going to have to take a trip to the losers bracket. Maybe a demonic losers run is on the way here. I believe they face off against Drury University. So that'll be a fun matchup. I believe we talked to Drury earlier when their playoff match happened, and they really wanted to face ONU. I think Fat Cat really respects that bot lane and kind of wants to test his mettle against them.
Yeah, and I think that series went to 3 games during the regular season, so plenty of MEC action left. ONU defeated here today, but not out of the playoffs entirely. They go into, I'll say, MEC gulag, as they'll have to fight for their lives to stay alive here in the playoff race for the championship. That's going to be it for our first series. We're going to get geared up for our interview. As a note before we hop into break, if you live in Kansas and are looking for events to get involved in locally, we've got you covered. Unified and University of Kansas Esports wants you to enter the Birdcage at KU. Smash singles, doubles, and Mario Kart on offer this Saturday. 3/23. Type !Birdcage in the chat and follow that link to enter. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back with our post-game interview talking with one of the players from the Grandview Viking squad. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. We've got our post-game interview from the first series. GVU win out victorious in a clean sweep, and we're joined by a big part of that, the MEC first-team jungler, Matthew Castleberry. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
Glad to be here.
And Castle, first question. Obviously, a regular season loss to them puts a lot of doubt into the audience. A lot of people maybe thought the series was going to be a lot closer. You guys clearly leveled up after the loss, just the tear that you guys went on. Was there any special preparation coming into this ONU series knowing that you lost their previous meetup? Or was it just kind of like, hey, we didn't take them seriously. It's not a big deal. We'll just destroy them in the playoffs.
It was a bit of both. Like, we saw what they were comfortable on in the regular season when they played us, and we also disrespected them. Like, we were trying new picks in our match against them. And yeah, our first series was rough. They pretty much just outplayed us as a team overall. I don't think there should have been like a ton of doubt, because I do think we've looked really good since then, like in our matches against the other top teams like PNW and Ottawa. But yeah, we had pretty good prep going into this series. Like, we knew our bans the last 2 weeks almost. We knew what the pick order would be, and we kind of figured they would target jungle pool. So yeah, I was pretty happy with our prep going in.
Is that a special like shout out or kudos to Dreyer specifically? Did he just like have them dialed in immediately, or was it? Did you just kind of look like yeah, okay, perfect?
I'm a little curious. Last time we talked to Nightstar, he complained a little bit about the Varus meta. 2 back-to-back Varus games. Do you guys get to hear a little bit about that in the draft? It's first picked both games. What was Nightstar saying with that getting locked in?
We had our list of B1s. Can't say the list, but Varus is a very, very good one for us, just because obviously he doesn't like the meta, but he's been forced to play it a lot. So it's a champion most ADCs are just comfortable on. So it was just like really comfortable for us. He's not a fan of playing it, but he's really good on it.
Were you surprised at any of the bans being thrown GVU's way, right? I mean, double jungle bans consistently. They gave you a ton of respect, right? The Viego and the Nocturne. Like, was that surprising, or did you feel like they were going to go a different strategy, into GVU at all?
No, we kind of figured they'd target jungle pool, especially since I've been playing, like I've played a pretty small pool this semester. Like, I've played like I think 4 Viego games or something, like a lot of Viego recently, and Noc Ori is like, we've shown that we are also pretty comfortable on that. So it wasn't any surprise that they target jungle pool.
I mean, historically you've had a pretty big champion pool. So I was just kind of surprised too. I was like, I feel like you're the jungler that can kind of pick up anything.
Castle, I'm a little curious. GVU, I think, in a similar position where you guys were at last year, heading to winners finals, hitting your stride. What's it mean for the GVU squad to be back here in this position within the MEC? And what's maybe different about this year for you guys to make a strategy look, for the finals and onward? How does this year feel compared to last year?
This year feels a lot different in the sense that, like, last year, like the entire season, we know it's us and Ottawa. Like, us and Ottawa only can be that's the finals from the first game. We know that's going to be the finals. I think it's very obvious that like the 2 strongest looking teams right now are us and PNW. So we are definitely expecting and prepping for PNW in the finals. But yeah, it feels a lot different just because it's much more of a balance this year, like with the top 4. Like, every team is beating every team. So it's just more of a balance overall than compared to last year.
Okay. And before we let you go, I do want to give you a moment to shout out. Hyper's got me audible, and I'm not good. This wasn't in the run of show. What the heck, Hyper? Before we let you go, want to give you a moment to give out any shout outs, and then we have a little surprise for you after the shout outs.
Okay. Shout out my teammates, obviously, Coach Dreher. Shout out to my friends and family watching, and everyone who supports me watching. And yeah, Shout out Sally as well.
Awesome. And our special surprise for you, Castle, the votes are in. We have the finalists for the MVP vote. We've got 2 GVU members on there. Yourself and Jinqual are in the running for MEC Spring MVP. Excited to see who wins that out. And I know after that series, a strong case for the 2 of you. Appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to
Wait.
see
I got one last thing. Y'all using a very, very old picture of both of us. Like you guys need some updated pictures. Like my hair's looking cooked.
Give it to us! Give it to us! Hello! That's your guys' fault! Don't even! Don't even blame us.
We were talking about it. Like our roster as a whole, I think has lost like 50 pounds since all those pictures were taken, or like 150 pounds. Like everyone has lost weight and stuff, and like gone to the gym and stuff since those pictures. Like we gotta get some updated ones.
Yo, in my defense, and Stream can hear this. In my defense, this is what Dreyer and Eno gave me, so blame them.
I will be.
Dreyer did you done dirty. Dreyer did you guys dirty. All right, Mac, I think we're done, right?
We're finally Castle. Any other thoughts before
No,
we?
That's all. Thank you guys. Shout out to
appreciate you, man.
Every host and everyone as well.
That is going to do it for our coverage of the first series. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is a Friday night doubleheader. We've got more MEC playoff action coming your way. It's another winners semifinal matchup. Purdue Northwest taking on the Ottawa Braves coming up next.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name's Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Boosinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting like from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, little League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral. I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Can't say
Probably a Nets, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that someone from Quebec is able to be decent at League of Legends,
and it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
I think like once people realize that like we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. Like I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
My name's Josh. My gamer tag is Vibe7. I play for the Rocket League team here at Illinois College.
My name is Glenn. I play Rocket League. My gamer tag is GG1.
I'm from Illinois College. I play Rocket League. My name's Dwight, and my gamer tag is Run.
My name's Austin Schaefer Snyder. My ID is Austin316.
Nova. My nickname or game name is Celius. I play Valorant.
All right. I'm David Stern, the head coach for Illinois College.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
I have a pretty clear answer.
Oh yeah.
No, I got it. Dwight right there.
Dwight.
Okay.
Roon,
Dwight.
And Dwight. Yeah, I mean.
I definitely think Dwight would be the one that would go viral. That's all a popular answer so far.
Maybe we omit Dwight from the realm of possibility.
I think I gotta say Dwight.
He just somebody get this man off social media. And for whatever reason, it can be yourself, which you were a very popular answer for the rest of the team.
Yeah, he will 100% go viral for something stupid that he says. 100%.
I think he'd go viral for literally anything.
Okay.
He is the most loose cannon of our entire program.
Dwight is an interesting character. He would either go viral for doing something really great, like something wholesome, or he would go viral for like, I don't know, just doing something really stupid.
You're just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's almost like y'all scripted this because it's so cohesively uniform in the answer.
Sometimes when we're playing Vow together and sometimes I don't get the headshot off, I know he can. So, you know what I mean? He's always there for me.
Another wholesome response.
For sure.
Yeah, not too bad. Dwight, that might have been your most raving review yet.
Glenn.
Glenn? Okay.
He's so quiet.
Okay.
But I just feel like at any point, he's going to say one comment out of pocket and just get us.
Just get caught.
Just got caught. And we're all going to be like, what? I don't trust him. A little bit too silent.
The damage is not there. They just played front to back, and they demolished everyone that went into the back line. Purdue Northwest.
I think in the past, people have expected us to go first, and like we've fallen short on some of those things. So finally being able to come in as a #1 seed is really vindicating for me.
My ultimate. Now it's time turnabout fair play, but check it out. They go in for an equalizer play, the Dragon Rage kick.
We're all just like happy that people are like noticing like what we're capable of.
Might be a little harder to kill the Vayne as they look like they're to collapse.
Kai, the shockwave.
Northwest, hey, every single one of you, get ready. We locked in. Play out time, baby. Play out time.
Make it the first night, the first game. It's a pentakill for Levi.
There are stronger teams in this league, stuff like that with Purdue Northwestern.
Looking for the damage. Kai safely in the back, but Prod's looking to end that. Levi staying alive and firing away. It's all going the way of Ottawa with a double kill on the jungler.
Don't underestimate anyone.
Every game, you know, we don't underestimate everybody.
You know, every opponent is, you know, something to be taken serious.
Everybody can win, everybody can perform.
You can lose even to teams you think that you will stomp.
We just take everything in stride.
Purdue Northwest are popping off!
See what happens, Ottawa Braves!
Hello everyone and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC playoffs. The 2024 CLOL action continues with our second match of the Friday night doubleheader. Purdue Northwest takes on the Ottawa Braves, Shibby, and I am super excited to get into this next match.
Parched. I was parched, right? I needed to make sure I wet my whistle appropriately for this match because this is one of the more exciting ones, right? GVU, ONU, controlled, slow pace, steady. This is a completely different lookup, right? Like, these guys want to scrap. They want to fight. They want to go toe-to-toe, throw hands, whatever you want to call it. Ottawa and Purdue Northwest. I feel like Ottawa is kind of seen as like the odd kid out, right? Of the top four. Like everybody says it's the top four. Yeah, and then it's like the
Naruto,
you know,
sitting
middle.
on the swing.
Yeah, right. Never actually feels a part of the group, doesn't feel a part of the crew. But they're a good team, right? They've got very good pieces. Killian, Levi, Plux, right? Like whether it's Riversided or Blonde, and one of my favorite players on Ottawa and one of the more explosive ones in the recent edition, Prod in the jungle. I talked about it earlier on the MEC pod. I feel like he has to step up in a really big way to kind of dismantle Purdue Northwest bread and butter mid jungle duo, and I think he can do it. I think he can step up to the task.
For me, taking a look at the journeys for both teams, relatively easy first rounds for both squads, Purdue Northwest and Ottawa, taking care of business. And for Purdue Northwest finishing first overall, it's a young squad. They brought in a lot of talent. They brought in, I think they made some calls, brought out the big phones, and the mid-jungle duo, Doubtful and Click, so friends, teammates, and potential MEC conquerors. Arguably, MEC top mid-jungle duo, but of course, we'll see how that shakes out for them here. I like you bringing up Prod in the jungle for Ottawa because I feel like he's been a little hit or miss, but with whoever's in the mid lane, they can make a lot happen. I'll be curious to see what the roster lineup is going to be for Ottawa tonight. Will they stick with, I won't say either mid laners like safe or dangerous. I think they're both really skilled and they bring a lot to the mid lane. That's exciting. For Blonde, we saw some pop-off games on champions like LeBlanc, Riversided. More, I think, wanting to lock in things like the Akali is how I would best kind of describe the difference between the two.
Yeah, you mentioned hit or miss for Prod, but man, when that guy hits, Woo! It's exciting. It's exciting jungle gameplay, but I think the real big backbone for Ottawa is this bottom lane. As we do get the rosters coming up here, Purdue Northwest, Prank in the top lane, Doubtful in the jungle, Klexo in the mid lane, and Winking and Toponer rounding out that bottom lane support duo. On the side of Ottawa, we're going to see the return of Dio in the top lane. So Killian, well, it's not Dio. It's
Tilted.
It's I don't know who it is. It's probably Killian. It's gotta be Killian. It's Killian. I was lied to. It was me, Killian, not Dio. Prod in the jungle. Riversided in the mid lane. Levi and Plux in that bottom lane. And I was gonna circle back. Levi and Plux, the backbone of this Ottawa team. Levi just clutch in his bones, in his genetics. The man just has ice in his veins and has impressed me oh so much. Granted, it's on the Smolder and the Varus, very popular picks here, but it's not like he can't do this with other 80 carries, right, Mac?
Absolutely. Levi, a notable bot lane carry. I think he's gotten 2 pentakills, 1 or 2 pretty recently on the Smolder pick, but of course, as we've seen, I feel like throughout the start of playoffs, the pick has been, especially this week of playoffs, a little less prioritized. I think Cornell picked it twice in their series, once for the bot lane, once for the mid lane, and both times it came up a little short, although Failwin, a Smolder god, Loki made it look pretty darn good. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Castle touched on it a little bit. What makes draft so interesting is that teams do have differentiating priorities on picks. GVU's got their list of champions they want to prioritize and pick first. So what's it going to be here for these squads? Varus, obviously quite popular, but thinking outside of the champions, it was also for GVU, they want to put Nightstar in a comfortable position so that he doesn't have to worry about laning as much. I think PNW, especially going up against Levi and Plux, might put that same prioritization for Winking.
Yeah, I think a lot of the success for Purdue Northwest has been on that top side, right? I mean, we can't hammer the point in enough. Doubtful and Klexo have been looking like a top mid-jungle duo in this league, rightfully so. They've been playing together for quite a long time, even on like prior amateur teams and stuff like that. Like you mentioned, Purdue Northwest built this roster to win MEC, right? Last year, not having the success that they wanted. Toponer, the only member of last year to stick around and still be in this roster. Prank, Doubtful, Klexo, and Winking, all new members this year, although Prank a while back, actually before he played for GVU, played for Purdue Northwest, so there's a little bit of back and forth here, but realistically, this mid-jungle duo is going to be the linchpin for Purdue Northwest, and Riverside and Prod have their work cut out for them. I think that Levi and Plux can get the advantages needed, right? If they get that lane prio, if they get the advantageous matchup, they can definitely run away with it, right? It's very different from a Nightstar Pluto lane or a Kai Cuz lane in that regard, right? Like Levi and Plux, and specifically Plux, has just been so good at just being on the map and getting to where he needs to be, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's ganking top lane, looking for a mid 3v3, getting to grubs. Like, I love that Plux has been mobile and has been a threat on the map, and that's why he was one of my all-pro picks recently, as we just saw here quite a while ago, and I have been very impressed with this bot lane. I've been very impressed with Plux and Prod specifically.
See if they can work together to come up. I think it would be an upset for Ottawa to come in. I believe Purdue Northwest beat them 2-0 during the regular season. And as the top seed, outside of losing to GVU, Purdue has looked dominant. And a big part of that, shout out the veteran presence in the top lane. We mentioned Prank going from PNW over to GVU, coming back to PNW. A bit of a trend, it seems MEC titles tend to fall his way, and I wonder if that's going to continue. He said before, you saw it in the hype video, the biggest thing he can offer his team advice, lock in, take this seriously, anyone can come through, and take you by surprise and come up with some wins. It's a best of 3 series. It's all it takes to either make it into the winners finals or get sent down into MEC Gulag. The losers bracket awaits whoever gets taken down here. So it's not a final death, but certainly a position you don't want to be in. We'll see. It's I think a bit of a comfort, peace of mind for whoever wants to avoid playing on this upcoming Monday. We've got more matches coming up as the losers bracket action takes over then. But for now, it's just these two teams, the 1 seed and the 4 seed, going head to head on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and typically, right, you would think, oh, it's a 1 seed, it's a 4 seed. It shouldn't be that close. I mean, we thought the GVU ONU game was going to be relatively close, and we kind of saw how that happened here. I think Ottawa's got a lot of positive things about them. I think they've got a lot of pieces that they're on the right day, if they're on the right champions, if they're feeling good, they can be as high as the best team and they can win this division, win this league here in the MEC. It's just kind of dependent on what version of Ottawa do you get here, right? Do you get the coin flippy, super like indie Ottawa, or do you get like the aggressive, always looking for picks, always looking for numbers, advantages, skirmishes, that kind of Ottawa that I'm used to seeing? I would love to see that. I think it would go really well into Purdue Northwest. And like I said, and like you said, a tall task ahead of them, a mountain to climb. Not impossible, not improbable, right? Like there is a very real chance Ottawa come in and just kind of beat Purdue Northwest at their own game. But there's a reason that PNW ended up first in the regular season. This roster, stars across the board, right? Purdue Northwest have the reigning back-to-back champion in the top lane. Has had some struggles, I will say. We've been the biggest critiques of Prank here. I do it because I love you, man. But he has just been dying a little too much in the early game. And he kind of attributes that, you know, we had an earlier interview with him, just because Purdue Northwest has allowed him off the leash a little. And so he's taking full advantage of it. He said, why not? Let me play carries. Let me play Jax, Gwen, all this stuff. I'm going to limit test. No more tanks for me. I'm unshackled.
It honestly feels like that Gwen pick that stood out in such a big way last season has been slightly less prioritized. I wonder, in these kinds of playoff series, yes, you want to look for a lot of power picks, maybe take advantage of the meta, but we're talking about some serious champion player combinations, and this one might have the best ones at all. Prank on Gwen, Killian's Rumble. I mean, one of the best Rumble players in North America, arguably in the world. So I think some interesting considerations for draft, right? You're not necessarily going for the meta in certain situations, right? You got Prod's Belveth that you also have to worry about. So very interesting for me, considering how these squads are going to be looking at draft. This is going to be a very unique draft tailored to both squads and their champion preferences. Thinking about Prank and Killian on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think the biggest and saddest thing is that Azir's disabled for both of the mid laners here, right? Both Purdue Northwest and Ottawa Riversided and Klexo. Massive Azir players. It's kind of what we know them for. But Riverside has been playing a ton of solo queue. I see it all the time on Twitter. He's always tweeting out stuff about solo queue, his lobbies, whatever. The guy's a grinder. I definitely feel like he's got a pretty deep and solid champion pool here. And I'm excited to see what he has in store for us, because I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Riverside, right? Like the swap was a little bit more even this time around. Blonde was in early on. Then he gets super busy with school. Obviously, that stuff happens. Riverside comes in. He flexes the mage muscles. But I wanna see him reach deep. I want to see him get into some, really crazy counter picks, right? Like force the issue, make it your game, right? Make them play into your game here. And like you mentioned, Prod, the Belveth, the Lee Sin, the Graves. This guy's just got an arsenal of aggressive jungle picks, and I hope he doesn't stray away from that. No Sejuani, no Maokai, Prod. I don't care. Rebel if you have to. Play these aggressive ganking junglers. I want to see you style on him. Stun Purdue Northwest.
And let's see, Shibby, we're going to see what everyone's going to be locking in momentarily as the draft for game number 1 has begun. Again, our best of 3 series to find out who's going to be moving on to face Grandview in the winners finals to compete for that spot. Winners finals, with this victory, Shibby, you also book your ticket to Illinois College for the championship LAN. Who's ready to make the trip out and compete for that MEC title? Let's find out. Rumble, naturally, the first ban against Ottawa's top laner.
Yeah, it's so crazy, like how both teams kind of just like draw you in, like you have to ban Rumble. I wouldn't honestly be surprised if Purdue Northwest just 3-ban Killian here, right? The Rumble, the Kennen, the Gnar. If you remove all that, what's his 4th best champion, right? What does he actually play? How deep does the rabbit hole go here? Varus removed. They don't want to give that over to Wind King. The Ashe flex pick, right? I thought we were going to see a little bit more priority on that this week, specifically the GVU ONU game. But Pluck's on the Ashe. They don't want to give that over. They don't want to give it to Levi as well, who can like flex it in between the bottom lane and support here. Big storyline here for Ottawa and PNW is that this mid-jungle duo, can Prod and Riverside step up? Can they break the doubtful Klexo bond? Can they reveal some cracks in the armor? Or is PNW's mid-jungle duo just going to be doing what they've done to everybody and 2v2 stomp every single game?
The band's focus mostly in the bot lane, but Riverside is going to lose one of his comfort champions, and we've seen it, I think, most often used with Grandview University, the Nocturne Oriana combo, the Prime delivery same day, quick kills picked up, makes it really easy, to wipe team fights pretty efficiently. You turn off the lights, and just like that, poof, your package has been delivered. First pick coming in, Varus was banned away. So what's PNW got in their bag? Smolder still available untouched. Just mentioning that with how popular it's been throughout the season since he's come onto the Rift and started being a nuisance. But that Volley Bear could go into the top lane. We've seen Prank pilot the tank build, and it could also go to Doubtful.
You mentioned the Nocturne Ori combo not even being available. Nocturne Nico is still good, right? We're patch 14.6. It's still a damn good combo, right? You turn the lights off and you just deliver a Pop Blossom like you mentioned, 4-man, 5-man. But instead, they're going to get that prioritization for their bottom lane here. Like how you mentioned, the Volley Bear did get tapped down a little bit, but it's still very good, right? Can be flexed into the jungle, into the top lane role here. And Prod has played a bit of Volley Bear this season, so it's a good takeaway as well. But are Ottawa just going to lock in the Xayah Rakan for themselves? Plux has been pretty solid on it. Why not? Right? Lovers Duo. Go for it.
Valentine's Day may be past, but it's never too late to take care of your loved one. The duo both provide, I think, with at least what Volley Bear presents, that threat of engage, that threat of tower dive, Featherstorm, the no thank you, I won't be touched, get away, it is pretty huge for Levi. Yeah, it's... Are they taking a book out of the... or a page out of the book, sorry, a book out of the library of GVU, the Kog'Maw tutorial? Step 1, lock it in. Step 2, start right-clicking. Step 3, maybe defeat the Nexus. We'll see if that works out. I could see, based on the Xayah pick, maybe they opt to flex the Volley Bear into the top lane, but we'll see. Should be interesting. Kog'Maw Lulu. I'm taking back in time a second. It's been a while, Shivy, but it's back in on patch 14.6. It is back in better than ever.
Yeah, Cog got quite a bit of buffs here. I think he's been pretty solid regardless, but the buffs have kind of just, hey, yeah, Kog'Maw's a champion. He exists. He's still pretty good. Lulu as well, the Enchanter bot lane. Really good at kind of stuffing out engages. You can polymorph the Rakan almost immediately. There you go, Prod, my boy. Lock in the Zids out. I'm very happy to see this. Can get in onto that backline, has a lot of reach, has a lot of range. Can also just allow you to kind of negate the Kog'Maw damage because you've got to be inside the Crescent Sweep to actually do damage here.
Right.
But now the question poses, what does Ottawa ban out here? Are they going to look to ban out more pieces for this pseudo protect the Kog'Maw composition? Are they going to look to run dive heavy mid-top for themselves to get onto the Kog'Maw? Right? Or do they want to play the range game? Because with the Azir being disabled, it doesn't give you that much reach, right? The Hui is still on the table. You've got like niche picks like the Zerath. You've also got scaling mid laners like the Asol. I want to see what Riverside's going to pick here. If they're going to look to match the high scaling Kog'Maw option, or they're just going to look to kind of, you know, smash mouth, 4 people dive in. We're going to kill you one way or another.
As the bans Shibby, I think this Renekton recently kind of creeping the meta due to recent changes, and it doesn't scream prank to me, but it is quite a solid champion, so keep an eye on that. As we look into continued top lane for Frank, I wonder, Gwen's still available? Volleyball? Oh gosh. I reconnect.
Mac is reconnecting to VMix, but yeah, to piggyback off that point, right? Yeah, Gwen still available. They have full faith that the volley bear is not going into Prank's hand. And Mac, I see you raising your hand. Did you have a question?
No, I was literally just testing my video to see if I was still lagging. I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I think you're good. Yeah,
Okay,
Nico
let's go.
being banned out. So triple mid lane bans from Purdue Northwest. Riverside has got to reach in, and there's the way. Oh my God, I've been on point today.
It's that crystal ball. I mean, I know we threw it out on Monday, but did you get it fixed to go to the repair shop and it's back and ready to go? Oh, nice.
Gotta do one. Yeah, I had to buy it. Yeah, I had to upgrade it. You know, it was a old model. Software was defunct here. But Purdue Northwest not willing to find a carry top laner here. They're going to give red side counter pick. That's a Jarvan. That's not a Cassante. Draft law is broken, unfortunately, or the website broke here. So that is going to be a Jarvan being locked in. Jarvan into Xayah, interesting matchup, taking that into consideration. Not sure if that's an Akali, if that's actually being locked in for Klexo, if it is. So it is. And we're going to see the Kennen, right?
Fair enough.
Tried and true Killian pick here. Just really, really solid in his wheelhouse. Is going to be able to abuse the volley bear in the range melee matchup, but doubtful on that Jarvan. Having Akali, Riverside has his work cut out for him, man, because I already know the targets are locked onto him. All eyes on Purdue Northwest are to that mid lane, dude. Like, you're not going to gank Xayah Rakan. You're not going to really be able to punish a Killian on this Kennen. Riverside is going to be the one that gets bullied from Purdue Northwest.
Should be a fun one. I know we've kind of, we've got the compositions locked in. Some lane matchups are, I'll say, decided in draft depending on how you play it. Purdue Northwest not going to be looking. They don't scream, playing aggressively in the bot lane. We haven't seen a champion composition from Wind King and Deponer like this just yet in the season, I really feel like. But the meta's starting to shift that way, and I think PNW is totally fine with it. As you mentioned before, Doubtful Klexo, an aggressive early duo for a dynamic partnership that I think has blossomed over the course of the season and will continue to pick up where they left off in this matchup. Doubtful, I'm going to be looking level 2, level 3, level 4 ganks. Definitely able to come out depending on how Ottawa plays.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for Doubtful to get weird, get wild with the Jarvan here, and Rod's got to be on point. I feel like Riverside is going to need him in his back pocket as we do load on to Summoner's Rift. Back Purdue Northwest versus Ottawa Braves should be an exciting matchup for us.
It's our second series of the Friday night doubleheader. Both these squads fighting to punch their ticket to the MEC championship land. They want to arrive and head on over to Illinois College. If you're interested in checking out our players at the championship, put into Twitch chat !Spring Championship. We hope to see you guys there at the penultimate event of the year for the MEC, where it all comes down to the end of the wire. Who's going to be punching their ticket to the CLOL Championship? Hope to hopefully see y'all there.
Yep. And right now, Ottawa Braves looking to get aggressive, looking to put some vision down, potentially Plucks on this Rakan. Throws the ward near the Raptors. There is a way for Purdue Northwest, for Doubtful, to kind of path around that if he does want to start red. Right? You can go like red, Krugs, wait the ward out potentially, or go around it, and then potentially look for a gank. But that's going to try to give them some information here on Ottawa's side where Doubtful is starting on the blue side here. Look at Prod. They know exactly where he is too. Like, he's going to have to start red as he went W, I believe. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Be a bit rough, I think, on that first clear, as Riverside already putting the hurt onto Klexo.
It's going to be a challenging lane, I think, for Riverside. He does have the range advantage, but Hui, very immobile. And I think, as you mentioned during the draft, there's almost like a kindred mark on him, I think, throughout this early game, where Doubtful's got to set sights on a particular member of the Ottawa Braves who they do not want to worry about carrying the game. With the junglers mirroring each other's starts, I think this has been pretty consistent recently for MEC. A lot of people just going ahead and starting on the top side of the map, potentially looking to fight early on in this bot side. A well-timed shield from Toponer. Flux in the bot lane as well should be both supports from these squads in the finalists discussion. Both of them in potentially going to win most improved player of 2024.
Yeah, and I think like Pluck's rise as a support, he's just been getting really good. Prod as well on this jungle pick, specifically the Xin Zhao. He has so much impact in the game, right? Like, you feel his presence whether you want to or not. And I've always loved kind of the do or die style. I'm not going to say coin flip because it is just very aggressive. And like I said, he's going to be the key to Ottawa, in my opinion, kind of getting the edge and winning the game out, right? Heroic Prod performances is what's going to put them in the lead and allow them to fight with Purdue Northwest, as we do see some trading onto that mid lane. Riverside does have that massive range advantage, can just not interact with Klexo as he pleases. Yeah. And as the game goes later, it's going to be a lot harder to try to get onto him. The amount of damage that Hui actually pumps out is pretty insane once he gets to that first two items, right? The CDR comes in, and then he can just start spamming his abilities consistently, depending on what rotation you go. And that ultimate just kind of is annoying to play against because of how large it expands and how much damage it can do AoE-wise.
Exactly. Early Prod potentially looking for a bot lane gank. Winking to Toponer, not very strong early on. Extremely strong as we get into 25-30 minutes of the game. The sophomore marketing major looking to make his mark here in the series. Levi's getting low. Winking's going aggressive. I thought I said they weren't very strong early on, but Winking's looking to change the narrative. Prod comes in. It's first blood for Levi. But now the duel. Toponer, the arguably most improved player, making a big play. We mentioned it before. Toponer, the only returning member of PNW, comes up, helps out his jungler there.
That was a lot of damage Prod took, right? I mean, Doubtful and Toponer just laying every single ability onto it. Unfortunately, Levi and Plux couldn't really do much there. They end up getting the first blood onto Levi. He gets the Noon Quiver. Double buffs do get transferred over to Toponer, but that's a win in my book if you're Ottawa. Yeah, Prod goes down, but he's able to clear his side of the jungle. He's able to start rotating his camps once again. Triple longsword buy for the guy here. Is just looking to stack swords. Doubtful gets the Caulfield Hammer, is back onto the map here. Let's see how they end up playing around the grubs here. Both TPs used from Killian and Riverside to get back into lane. Let's see if they try to get lane priority or if they're just going to give up these first couple grubs.
Doubtful is the first to the objective. He has a decision here as Klexo goes flying all over the mid lane. Prod heads down to the bot side of the map. And I think Doubtful is going to be able to get all 3 Void Grubs as Plux takes a whole lot of damage. The long range of Wind King's Kog'Maw makes it really difficult for the Lovers duo to go toe-to-toe. Toponer with double buff makes things... he could just poke for days with near infinite mana. Always going to be replenished with that blue buff.
Yeah, it's pretty rough here because the thing is, Wind King has already picked up the recurve bow. Right, so that allows him to get even more procs of the W auto off, and he's just might kill Plux here. He gets really low. It's super dangerous because the moment he goes in,
oh my gosh,
he can't immediately battle dance out. As Klexo's here, he is spotted out, so he should be fine. But yeah, he can't just battle dance out because of the polymorph coming in. So he just has to eat a ton of damage. Killian in a bit of trouble as a fight around Dragon.
Riverside using the ultimate. Meanwhile, we see a slicing maelstrom used in the top side of the map. Frank almost gets a solo kill as the first team all MEC top laner shows him exactly why he's up there. Toponer, meanwhile, almost goes down as Prod tries to go over the wall. The bot lane for Ottawa focuses on the objective, but Doubtful is here trying to clear the Raptors. I don't think he's going to go for the steal, or maybe thinks he has enough time. Smite is up, flash available, Dragon secured by Ottawa.
Was a little dicey there for Ottawa Braves. They took a ton of damage during that Dragon fight, but Doubtful not being there, chunking out Wind King and Toponer as well, just kind of forces them off of the Dragon. I think Klexo being forced to use his ult defensively kind of guaranteed them that Dragon. So well played from Ottawa. Right now, Purdue Northwest just kind of back and forth right now, have a small 600 gold lead roughly for themselves. And yeah, Killian in that top lane, almost getting solo killed by Frank. Frank doesn't have flash, he has Ghost. So I was kind of surprised that Killian was afraid so much. Maybe he thought the W extended range bite was going to come out. Frank doing a very good job navigating the so-called counter matchup.
Pretty much the whole Rift slowly but surely working their way to that level 6 point. The ultimates are becoming available. Biggest, I mean, we saw the top lane and solo laners, Riverside and Klexo, both using those ultimate abilities as well. The bot lane about to get there, and potentially for Plux, who I believe has a small level lead against Toponer, the Grand Entrance plus Quickness ultimate. They're just going to go aggro for an early trade here. Levi's out of mana though, Shibby. The Blade Call comes through though. Toponer's getting low and it's actually a kill. The Lovers duo come up with a big win. We talked about Levi and Plux. It's another knock-up. Wind King, the dodges out the Q, the blue suede ghost shoes. Enough to get out of there, but Shibby, Ottawa looking great in the bot lane.
I mean, yeah, they get another kill. They take down Toponer. Doubtful's here, level 6.
So is Klexo.
Available.
Here's the mid-jungle duo of PNW. The right place, the right time, as usual. Pluck's going to try to escape. Here comes the ultimate from Klexo, dashing in the flash Q. Beautiful from Doubtful. He's going to go down underneath the turret, though. It's a one for true trade at the moment. Wind King's going to help his mid laner get out. Klexo wants to go back in the shield. You got to be careful going in like that. PNW try to even things up in the bot lane. So far, 3 kills apiece. Prods wanting to look for more. He's going super aggressive with the ultimate. Klexo flashing in, and that's going to be a kill. Klexo cleans things up.
Oh, I understand what he was trying to go for. I thought he was going to, like, maybe W flash onto Wind King, right, to bait him a little bit closer, uses the ultimate, but just gets dismantled. They play the range leash game really well from Purdue Northwest, and Rod just kind of does that sometimes, right? Like, that's been one of his biggest weaknesses, that he just kind of gets a little too over-aggressive, thinks he can do the outplay, ends up sacrificing his life right now. Really rough. Good roam from Klexo and Doubtful to kind of capitalize and punish Levi and Plux a little bit, and a good flash flag and drag from Doubtful there to get the stun and get the final kill onto Plux here.
The fights aren't over just yet, Shibby. You said we were in for a scrappy one. These two teams like to go at it early on the supports, heading up. Well, just Plux into the topside jungle. Void Grub's not started up, and for Plux, it actually kind of feels like a little bit of a waste of time there. Moving up, and it's still PNW with priority over the Dragon.
Yeah, as we do hit a bit of a pause. All right, wasn't me. That was my VMix here, but yeah. Plux not able to get the most out of that roams here, and Purdue Northwest have the advantage here, right, with the scaling, with the ability on that Kog'Maw to just kind of shred through fights. And it's really rough because other than like maybe a flash slicing Maelstrom or like a flash E on to Kog'Maw here with the Xin Zhao, how do you get on top of him? How do you realistically get to him and kind of kill him here, especially with Lulu in the back pocket, with the wild growth, with the heal, with the polymorph? Like, you've got to kind of full send it, as Killian might be dead.
Slicing Maelstrom to try to stay alive, but it's too much damage from the dive potential. Doubtful with a beautiful Q to finish off Killian. And that's going to be a successful top lane play. Purdue Northwest making the most of their time, and it's going to be 6 grubs in total for PNW after Doubtful makes quick work of the next objective. Prod maybe going to be able to respond with 2 dragons of his own.
They're also going to look to respond with a dive here, right? Flash on Wind King and Toponer. Wild Growth is available. They're trying to look for this window. Polymorph is down.
It's Klexo from the mid lane teleporting in. Levi's taken out of the fight. It's only Prod. He takes down Wind King, but here is Klexo. Crescent sweep to try to keep the team a little bit better position. Prod goes down. Klexo dashing in. Here comes Riverside looking to be the difference maker. A lot of damage. Levi trying to stay alive. The well-timed Feather Storm. Blade Caller comes through. Not quite yet, but the Feather Storm damage is enough. Shibby. Levi stays alive. Killian dies on the top side. There's action all over the Rift. A lot more fast-paced compared to our previous series.
I told you, these dudes want to scrap. They want to fight. They want to try to get as much gold in their pockets from kills as possible. And Doubtful hits Killian with the repeat. The 2-tap in the top lane, unfortunately, goes down here. But a relatively successful dive. Although Klexo, 4-1-1 on this Akali, just shredding through Prod and Plux almost immediately. Like, the confidence to go in 1v3 knowing that you'll get another kill. Klexo having himself a game right now.
The PNW bot lane trying to clear up vision ahead of the next dragon. Riverside trying to shove the wave in, but with Klexo so ahead at this point, Riverside is going for an extremely scaling build. He's picked up the Archangels, Shibby. Will later on provide a valuable shield, but for the time being, this is Klexo's world, and Ottawa's just living in it.
Yeah, well, once it goes a little bit later, then yeah, it's going to be much tougher to kill Riverside, as I assume, like you said, he's going to go to the Archangels. We'll see if he ends up opting for maybe a Leandries, like extract some extra health potentially onto it, or if he's going to go for a different build here. I've been really impressed with all the different ways and what they've been wanting to go, as Plux is in a bit of trouble, but should be able to battle Lance out. It's a 3v3 in the bot lane, and they don't want to give Dragon over, right? You mentioned Ottawa want to try to respond instead. Because they used their move for that bot lane dive, mid lane priority is given over to Klexo, and Riverside had just... I don't think Ottawa can actually contest this. Killian doesn't even have TP, so he can't slicing Maelstrom into these objective fights. It's really rough when you pick the cannon and you can't place him at these dragons, at these, objectives to try to swing the favor of these team fights.
They're going to try to swing the favor in the bot lane to their advantage. Wind King, no flash, no summoner spells, but the engage doesn't quite connect, and now it's time for the turnaround. The Cataclysm captures all 3 members with the wild growth. The synergy for PNW's coming through beautifully. Pranked going to try to TP on down. He joins the fight as Prod can't pick up, and he kills. He's trying so hard, but the sustain is there. Plux with the double knockup, but no one's there for the follow-up. It's 3 kills for the price of none. PNW somehow stay alive and pull through the fight.
Cogalulu just unkillable in that bottom lane. Ottawa Braves, they try to punish Wind King, right? You saw Plux burns the flash, and he just guessed wrong. Right, he guessed wrong on the W there, isn't able to get the knockup, and they are still trying to go for that fight. Really good cue from Lulu to stop and slow Plux and the rest of the team, so he can't get the charm off onto that bot lane, and that buys just enough time for Doubtful to finish the dragon and get, like you said, get the 3-man Cataclysm. Levi didn't have the ultimate available, couldn't get his way out. And by that time, the fight was pretty much done. Prank used his TP advantage, busted up the fight.
Yep.
Because Killian doesn't have TP, because he got ganked twice, he could not be in that fight. A slicing Maelstrom there would have probably turned it for Ottawa.
And this is a scary spot for Ottawa to be in, because who do you want alone in the side lane? Your best bet is Killian, but there goes the top lane turret as well. None of these side lanes are particularly safe. Pranked comes down. Here comes Cataclysm. There's nowhere for Plux to run. Levi's going to try to get the kill with the Featherstorm. Does get the shutdown, but here is the angry Prank monster trying to pull off, but it's the lovers duo. Is Love strong enough in this world to lock it to the iron? Solari trying to come through. Prank trying to take another fight, but Levi gets 2 kills in the bot lane.
It ain't over till the Nexus explodes, Mac. Levi, 4-2-3 on this Xayah, willing his team, saying, put all the eggs in the Levi basket. Give me all your money. I can take you to winners final. I can take you to Illinois. Right now, one of the strongest members, if not the strongest member on Ottawa's side at the moment, and might help them get to that point where they can team fight properly. They haven't actually bled a lot of gold here. They're only down 1,500. Ottawa Braves can really look for good team fights. Once Riverside scale, once he hits those 2 items, once Killian's allowed to actually participate in some of these fights, it's a much different story. Because if Levi goes untouched with the lethal tempo Xayah on 2 items, he can kind of just tread through all of Purdue. You even saw Prank, not the tankiest of members. He went MR. Look, he's MR Spirit Visage top lane. He doesn't have Frozen Heart. He doesn't have a Dead Man's Play or anything like that. So Levi can kill him. Like, there's a very real world Ottawa win these team fights.
Purdue Northwest, meanwhile, continue to pick up the majority of the neutral objectives here. Only 1 dragon for Ottawa, but it's 6 grubs, a dragon, and a Rift Herald for Purdue to try to use and extend their lead. They're maybe looking for some side lane advantage. Klexo's all alone here. 4 members. Ottawa committing a lot to this side of the map. The rest of the team's about to join. Here comes Toponer.
They're gonna get this.
To keep his mid laner safe. They're trying to focus down the turret. Pranks on the top side of the map. Teleport's about to come up. I don't think there's any flank wards for him to utilize, so I think he's going to stick up in that top lane. Some solid damage on the bot lane inner turret, but I think that's about it. Notably, Shibby, Levi with all that gold, 4 kills, 3 assists. He's got 2 items online.
Yeah, and the Archangels is fully evolved now, right? So Riverside is going to be able to survive the Collie Burst a little bit better here. He's going to be much more suited for it. The big thing for Ottawa is like they try to force in, get a lot of vision, and then they were just immediately backed off. I don't hate the play to go for that bottom lane tier 2 inner, as Plux is just going to get rifled down.
I feel like he was trying to bait Ottawa. Here comes Killian, a huge flank slicing Maelstrom into the backline. When Kingslow trying to get stunned up. A Cataclysm is going to stop everybody from getting there. Doubtful goes down. Prod's going on a rampage, and Ottawa is taking over the fight. Shibby Killian ends up with a double kill. Prank's getting low. Levi's dashing through him. One feather after another. Wow. What weighs heavier, a ton of bricks or a ton of feathers? Levi coming through with a huge carrying effort. It looks effortless for him on the Rift right now.
I mean, just a massive TP play from Killian right on the cannon. Gets a 3-man slicing Maelstrom. Follows the flash of Wind King. And they're able to confirm the kills. Klexo was too far behind. Wasn't allowed to participate in the fight. And the big thing is that Riverside had threw the ultimate onto Klexo to kind of slow him down, put a bunch of damage into him. Ottawa Braves firing back. 12-10 and a 1,000 gold lead. The Ocean Dragon gets picked up for themselves. And Purdue Northwest They cannot let that happen again because that might be a Baron.
Look at the gold lead for Levi. 2,400 gold up on the Kog'Maw. The Ottawa Braves couldn't have drew it up better themselves. You're thinking about how you want to play into this Kog'Maw. You want to avoid him getting an early lead and scaling up, and it's Levi almost at 3 items. Last whip for online. Not a whole lot of armor on Purdue, but whatever armor is there isn't going to help very much.
It's gone. It's done. He's going to cut through you like butter. And Riverside just beautifully shoving these side lanes, doing his job right on the way. Getting the lockdown, the route, or not the route, but the pull-in he's been doing. He's been doing a very good job landing it onto key members, stuffing out Plexo as well. It's tough to fight into this Ottawa comp when they're just kind of like grouped up, right? When they're deathballed, it's not fun for the Akali to kind of go through. You saw Plux was able to hit a nice grand entrance and really able to use the quickness to charm the correct members up. Winking not really allowed to play in these fights. And I think the big thing there was that Toponer ended up using the wild growth onto Doubtful earlier on when they tried to catch Plux out. Once that ability's down, you could just throw everything in the kitchen sink at Winking. No wild growth available. He will just die instantly. Like, that was a very good call from Ottawa to say, like, hey, they burned these summoner spells, or they burned ultimate. We've got a window to fight prior to this dragon. Let's use it. And they executed perfectly. Very well played from Ottawa. Purdue Northwest still have the scaling options. Klexo's still very big in that side lane. Hextech Protopelt plus Lichbane, pretty much unmatched in those side lanes, really is a threat. And Winking is slowly but surely working towards what I believe is going to be a wit's end here. He'll eventually do 4 item, 3 item. I'm going to kill the whole team Kog'Maw.
It's coming. It may not be a stacking champion, but it does have late game threat potential. The top laners are on the bottom side of the map. Killian's about to get his teleport available. Baron, the most notable objective on the map. The next dragon going to be spawning in a few minutes. Plux has to be careful not to go too aggressive, trying to clear those wards. I know you want the control. I know you want it to pinker. Watch Klexo coming down from the top side of the map. He's going to get what we used to call a pink ward for himself. Doubtful's going to go charging into the turret, I believe. Prod potentially with a pick as the mid lane turret under threat. Frank is here
Killian
as well.
FTP.
5 members strong. PNW look to go elsewhere.
Oh.
Rotating the Rift Herald on out of here. Doesn't quite go where he wants it. Shelly only knows one way, and that is forward, straight into the waiting, accepting arms of death, as Ottawa finish off the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Chibi, Baron not started just yet by either team. The next dragon in 90 seconds.
Yeah, not much Ottawa can do there, specifically. All right, I mean, they've just kind of lost a little bit of control. They had individuals splitting in the side lanes, and Plexo gets that shove, puts Riverside on the back foot, and you can just kind of look down to threaten, right? If Ottawa Braves, were brave enough to actually defend that mid lane tier 1, they would have costed their lives here. Smartly giving it away. Dragon coming up in a minute, and last Dragon fight went over to the Ottawa Braves, and that's what they want, right? They want to funnel Purdue Northwest in. They want to use the TP from Killian, from Riverside, to get massive, massive AoE ultimates off, and Plux and the rest of the gang are creeping their vision line ever so closer here. They see Akali in the top side. Frank is shoving that bottom lane here, but if Killian can get into position, if he's behind this Purdue Northwest squad, even if you have TPs coming in for Purdue, it might be too little too late. Klexo was late to the fight, and by the time he was allowed to participate, Winking and Toponer went down, and it was already a 3v5, and Ottawa Braves just cleaned up the rest. Full summoner spells available for everybody on the Ottawa Braves side. Same thing for Purdue. So everybody's got their guns. They've got it fully loaded, and they're just waiting for one team to fire.
Wow. An exciting build-up here as Plux may be caught out, has to try to back away, dashes over the wall. Prod, also somewhat limited in escape potential. Riverside goes to the top lane. He has teleport available, but ideally you want Killian in a side lane with teleport threat. Purdue's going to try to spot out the Kennen. They're squatting up, clearing out the vision. Riverside is going to go ahead and teleport. The dragon has been started. Levi's the focus. There's a beautiful crescent sweep. Doubtful forced out. Plux goes in with the pick. They have to Toponer. The slicing Maelstrom into the backline. Wind King flashes away, and he's okay.
Untouched.
Levi's still alive. Plexo trying to back away. Prank's the first to fall. He's caught out by everyone.
It's enough.
The Ocean Drake goes back. Purdue Northwest thinking about rotating onto Baron Nasher. I said it before, Shibby. They've got a very fast Baron taking team, and Ottawa might not see this one coming.
They know it's being taken, but they're too low. Baron hurts, guys. It's new and improved. Brand new Baron. He's got little fingies. He's got arms ready to grasp you. I like the call from Purdue. If they had a little bit more HP, they might be able to do it. But Ottawa Braves, a nice slicing Maelstrom, doesn't pick up any kills, but forces Purdue Northwest back, and they're able to isolate. They're able to find their man. Prank the sacrificial lamb there. And once the 4v5's number advantage happens, Ottawa will take the Ocean Dragon, put themselves on sole point here. Solid team fighting from Ottawa. Good positioning, good ultimate usage, and good target selection from these guys.
At 10 minutes, Shibby, it was 8-6 kills. Over the next 15, there's been less than in the first 10. Things have tensed up and gotten very close here as both squads realize the importance of these team fights, but Ottawa sit one dragon away from the Ocean Soul. Nobody dares touch Baron Nasher in threat of a response from the other team. Both squads continue to scale up. Levi on 3 items might be his most powerful point. Here's Doubtful looking for a pick. Levi might not see it coming. There's the knockup. It goes wide, but Klexo still might look for the kill. The Cataclysm only spells doom for Purdue. As Ottawa continue to pop off. Prod on the Zinzao having a huge game. Near 100% kill participation, but you know who does have 100% kill participation, Shibby? Plux, the support for Ottawa, the one player who made MEC all pro teams. He's coming up with a huge game on the Rakan with his duo Levi. Both members showing exactly why Ottawa. Last year we heard Castle talk about it. He knew from week 1 it was them and Ottawa in the finals. Can 2024 be a repeat of history?
Really well played from Ottawa to kind of lay the counter trap, right? Like, okay, Levi Plux in the lane, that's normal, right? So Doubtful and Klexo thought they could get the 2v2. They definitely win that. But Prod just backing them up, saying, you know what? I'll be here just in case it looks a little too suspicious. They take Doubtful down. That's the trigger to go for Baron. And they finally broke away from the 1,000 gold differential. 47 to 50,000. Ottawa Braves, a nice 3,000 gold lead. They've got to look to start ending it soon. Just look at Wind King's inventory. The Bork, the Wit's End. I think he might be building towards either a Runens or a Terminus here, depending on what he feels like. Runens would be pretty crazy because of how pumped up Ottawa is. Yeah, Gwynsu's as well. There's a lot of things he can do with a lot of those recurve bows. He attacks very fast, but can he kill them fast enough, right? It doesn't matter if you can hit them 2 times a second. If you're a pea shooter, it don't matter.
2 cannons powered up by Baron in the mid lane. Ottawa gonna let them go down. A lot of range from Wind King's Kog'Maw, but he's low on mana at this point. One cannon does push up and starts to fire on the mid lane inhibitor turret. Castle is away. Prod decides to go in. The cannon minion finally goes down. Wind King takes it, but here comes the next wave with another cannon. The siege continues. Levi doing such solid work, and the mid lane inhibitor goes down.
Oh, the siege is so disgusting with Riverside and Anhui, right? Like, he can just rifle away abilities, and it's a really low cooldown on that little spiraling despair, or the QQ, I believe is what it's called. You can kind of just keep spamming that, and eventually he's going to hit you, and you can't get hit repetitively, because if he hits you more times, he does more amping, increasing damage. I like this way pick, right? Has scaled phenomenally. The Hyper Shot, or the Horizon Focus into Archangels just allows him to do so much damage to Purdue Northwest, and they're able to get that mid lane inhibitor 45 seconds before the Dragon. Whether Purdue Northwest like it or not, they have to fight Ottawa here. They have to force something, because if they give Ocean Soul over, it might be near impossible to take down Ottawa.
And it's a difficult decision because Baron is still active for these next 20 seconds. Ottawa, they're going to use that little buff to try and set up vision for the next objective as best they can. It's not enough time to push into the base, but Levi's here in mid. He's going to shove in that wave. Purdue have to deal with a lot here. A lot of engage, a lot of range. Plexo early on was 4-1. Still, he sits 4-1, unable to make it into the back line. Levi with Featherstorm, he's been safe. He's been untouched.
4 items.
Four items. It was the Terminus choice for Wind King. Additional damage. Killian looking, the Ocean Soul secure. Doubtful does get the steal. Ottawa quickly secure the objective in Shibby. Game number 1, Ottawa with a significant lead. Plux just gonna back off. The rest of the Braves turn their attention to the mid lane. Klexo's here, finds his mark onto Plux, but look, Plux at this point in the game, he doesn't care. He's just walking ahead. The Ottawa Braves feeling great.
Confidence in his walk, swagger in his step. Plux does not care, right? He's walking forward, the one-man engage machine himself, and a valiant effort from Doubtful, right? Like, you have to try to go for that steal because it's Ocean Soul. But now, Killian is just gonna scoot on away here, and the siege continues. No Baron buff this time around, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to siege. No empowered cannon minions. You've still got a lot of wave clear onto Wind King, and if Ottawa misplay, if they misstep here without slicing Maelstrom, might not be the engage they need and could allow Wind King to rifle away. He is at Terminus. He's 3 items in. He is a force to be reckoned with, especially with Ardent Sensor and Mikhail's completed on Toponer. He can win a team fight, right? Purdue Northwest, it's 32 minutes into the game. You have a Kog'Maw. It's a very solid win condition.
Without Baron buff, the waves are getting melted down. The push potential greatly reduced, and it looks like Ottawa's just going to call it quits. The Lovers duo recalls. Baron coming up in about a minute here. Taking a look at the items, even for the top side of the map, 3 items generally on top, mid, and jungle. But Riverside, it does have that opportunity. Buy himself some time here. A lot of damage for Klexo's Akali. Levi actually going Seeker's Armguard as well for that additional survivability. And
I love that.
It's going to help out huge, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to buy, it's essentially like a stopwatch, right? You just buy it, right? The extra damage probably isn't needed simply because you are 4 items and you are playing Xayah. Like a BF sword there probably doesn't edge out a win, but the Zhonya's, right? To stop like an execute from Klexo or you know, a combo from Doubtful or something like that, much more valuable, especially if you can go Zhonya's into Featherstorm, right? Gives you so much survivability in these team fights. Big brain pickup from Levi. I like how Ottawa's piloting this late game. They're playing it safe. They're playing it thoughtfully. And they've just been setting up really good traps. Baron coming up, or is up right now. Let's see if they're willing to pull the trigger. I don't think super minions are going to be pushing down that mid lane inhibitor anymore. Should be spawning up pretty soon.
Crank gets caught, rooted, not a lot of armor. Weak
Frank's
to
dead.
the feathers. He's got a big shield, and the move speed is enough. Prod goes in. More damage coming. Killian, meanwhile, still in the bot lane. Teleport available to join the Baron fight. Purdue Northwest now split across the map. Gonna try to find a pick onto the cannon. They have to give up the objective and continue to fall further and further behind. The turret still ends up going down at the end of the day as Ottawa secures the objective.
Turret goes down. He electro rats out of there, and 2.5 minutes until the Elder Dragon. With this Baron, they should be able to push down that top lane inhibitor that they were rifling away at earlier. Mid lane inhibitor is exposed as well. I'm assuming Killian's going to be on duty, pushing that in. As long as he doesn't die, as long as he stays safe, the rest of Ottawa can push this in. Very, very well thought out, methodical play from these guys. They can just hit this and then back off. What is Purdue Northwest going to do? They're going to try to go in.
What a fear from Riverside stops the doubtful engage in its tracks. He didn't get an opportunity at all to flash in and try to make a play there. Riverside shuts down Purdue Northwest with this awesome Hue game. Levi having an amazing performance on the Zaya. That's 2 inhibitors down, Shibby, and the Ottawa Braves, used to the playoffs, have come prepared against Purdue Northwest. The slicing Maelstrom into the back line. Klexo trying to pick up some kills, but it's not enough damage. Riverside looking golden in this wonderful game. The Braves finish off game number 1 with a clean ace for the victory.
Ice in his veins, clutch in his DNA. No other you can be than Levi is his name, bro. Just absolute dominant performance on this Zaya. Hard carrying Ottawa Braves. Nearly a 90% kill participation for Prod as well. Like Ottawa Braves, man. I don't know what they ate today. I don't know what they were thinking, but they came locked in here. A solid game 1 performance. Coming back from a goal deficit, right? Like it wasn't looking too good early on.
Yeah.
4-1 Akali. Klexo was looking like a massive threat, but they bide their time. They wait for the team fight. Killian gets a massive TP flank off, gets the 3-man slicing Maelstrom onto that second dragon, and that was the turning point, in my opinion. That was when the tide started to turn into Ottawa's favor, and they just never let their foot off the gas. They didn't allow Purdue Northwest to get back in. Very, very well played. Good game 1 from them. Will Purdue Northwest be able to bounce back, Matt? Will they be able to give us a 3-game series?
We'll have to wait and find out. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up and ready to go for game number 2. Do you have a quick thought before we head to break? If you live in Kansas and are looking for events to get involved with locally, we've got you covered. Unified and University of Kansas Esports want you to enter the Birdcage at KU. Smash singles, doubles, and Mario Kart on offer tomorrow, March 23rd. Type !Birdcage in the chat and follow that link to enter. We hope to see you guys there. Until then, we're going to see you guys real quick right after the break. Game number 2 between Purdue Northwest and Ottawa Braves coming up shortly.
My gamer tag is Skeeve16. I play for Ashland University Rocket League.
I'm Landon Sapp. My gamer tag's Slippy. I play Rocket League and I'm from Ashland University.
I'm Daniel McInnes. Silent Wolf. Play Rocket League and I go to the Ashland University.
You're on the dev team at Rocket League, okay? And you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in first?
Oh, that's a hard one.
Me personally, I'm always just a huge fan. So
yeah, let's do it. Yeah, all right. So what do we bring in?
JJK, Demon Slayer. I mean, it'd be kind of fun to have some Plants vs. Zombies stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know, like
interesting.
A little shooter head on
yeah.
I definitely want some with like new game modes. I feel like a sports company would maybe be able to do that. Like, I don't know, reimagine hoops or volleyball or something. Just something to really bring a new element.
Yeah.
Gold explosion.
Okay. Oh, true. I haven't even thought of that. You could go kind of crazy. The like sunflower wheels.
Yeah.
You know, you get the boost trail is like the like suns that come out.
Yeah,
You know, kind of
that'd be
thing.
really cool.
Yeah. Wait, that kind of writes itself, honestly.
Yeah.
Like Mario Kart or just something like Nintendo. We don't really have a lot of Nintendo stuff.
Oh, I mean, there's probably good reason that you're like, nah.
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
good.
true,
like,
true,
nah, you're not getting any of ours. Yeah. Everybody's been coming over with like cars and like decals and stuff like that. The explosion is like, that's the first explosion answer we got. That's a good call.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Kareem perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage, zoning them on out. Going into Edward, look at Socket. Laying in the move,
Socket?
laying in the damage. Going in, revenge for their honey.
No way!
Socket Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
Kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen. But Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. We're keeping on with our Friday night doubleheader in the MEC 2024 playoffs. My name is MEC. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for the stream. Still with me in the casting booth, hanging on despite a crazy game number 1, is my main man, Shibby. Walk me through how Ottawa somehow came away with the victory here in game number 1, potentially the start of an upset.
It's not a mystery by any means, right? It's really straightforward once you start to piece together the team composition that Ottawa have crafted for themselves, right? Getting that early Zaya Rakan lane priority just allowed Levi to kind of keep the pressure on with Plux here, and felt like Win King and Topointer didn't really have a lot of room to breathe down in that bot lane. Even in some of these fights, they just weren't really allowed to play the game here, and it was looking a little dicey early on. But once the Killian Kennen flank started coming in, right, on TPs, setting up for team fights, his slicing maelstroms either set up kills for his team or set up objectives, right? It was always very high value. Slicing maelstroms allows them to secure the Ocean Dragon. Really good play from Plux and Prod here. I think Plux had 100% kill participation and Prod had like 90% kill participation. So they were really working very well in tandem as a jungle support duo to kind of empower Levi and empower the rest of the team. And Hui, Rivers had it just rock solid, right? Landing good fears, stuffing out engages, and just doing his part, right? As a mid laner, pumping out damage on the Hui and not dying to a Kali. What else could you ask for?
Yeah, absolutely. I think most notably the big standout moments, Killian a teleport flank early on to take over one of the early team fights for the Ottawa Braves. That Kog'Maw Lulu late game threat just never seemed to find its mark in a team fight. As you mentioned, the Xin Zhao pick, really good into it, because how do you kill what you can't deal damage to? With the Xin Zhao ultimate, Prod's able to stay safe from the long-range threats, knock away, and potentially defend some of his teammates. And overall, the Braves rising to the occasion here, rising to the challenge, and giving us a really good series. The majority of this roster was here last year on their run into finals, into top 16 of CLOL. They lost all 3 series against the top 3 squads in MEC during the regular season. But here's where the bread is made in the oven. They're baking, they're cooking, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. They've given us potentially an interesting series. Let's see what happens in game number 2. The teams are swapping sides, potentially changing draft, I'll say, quite dramatically. Generally, the opposite sides will involve teams employing a bit of a different strategy.
Yeah, we'll love to see what Ottawa Braves prio for their B1. Right, Purdue Northwest was pretty dead set on taking that volley bear for Prank, but also away from Prod a little bit. I got the idea of what they were trying to do with their composition. It's not a bad idea, right? You have a really nice, durable front line with Jarvan, with volley bear, They're allowed to kind of tank up a lot of the damage. Akali's diving in. So realistically, nobody should be paying attention to the Kog'Maw. Nobody should be paying attention to Lulu. But I think the Xin Zhao really kind of foiled a lot of those plans, like you mentioned. The Crescent Sweep allows you to kind of isolate members and says, if you're not within my circle, if you're not in my bubble, you're not allowed to hurt me, right? And so that Kog'Maw damage that he's supposed to be rifling away with his W, cooldown that he uses, he's not really that effective after the W's gone, right? He really gets that extended range, the HP shred. That's where he really starts to kind of shine. And if you can negate that, then you can kind of just pick and pull there. But yeah, Ottawa Braves, I want to say they're going to want to get their B1 something advantageous for Levi again, right? Whether it is that Zaya, whether it is something like the Varus if it's left open. I think Purdue Northwest is a little hard for them now because they triple banned mid lane towards the end. And Riverside, once again, like the demon of solo queue, just is allowed to pull out another mid lane mage, right? They took Oriana away, they took Nico. I think they removed like a Silas or something like that. Like there was a couple different champions that were removed. He just pulls out the way and just performs pretty good on it.
Yeah, what stood out for me in that game one was Klexo being forced to respond to a lot of the pressure in the bot lane by roaming, giving time for Riverside to just have his way, get a little bit of an experience lead, shove in the turret. And normally, I feel like we see Klexo and Doubtful. We talked about at the start of the game, we were thinking there was going to be a Purdue-type Kindred mark on Riverside's head where they were going to focus him, but I'm pretty sure he ended the game deathless.
I don't think he got ganked at all, actually. Like, I think Klexo and Doubtful didn't really put a lot of pressure on him. Granted, it is the way, so you are kind of allowed to rifle away abilities from a pretty far range. So just not interacting, not ever really walking up to the wave is a strategy. Like, well, I'm just never going to be in range of a gank. So how are you going to kill me? That was really good. I liked also that Hui pick specifically into the Kog'Maw to get some of that backline access from really far away. We talked about the Azir being disabled. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize, like, you triple ban Riverside, the Azir's disabled. He's picking like his 5th, 6th best champion, ideally, right? According to Purdue's study and prep here. And if he's beating you on that, if he's just being consistent, might have to change up your strategy here. But Ottawa actually taking the Oriana away. They don't want to give the Nocturne Oriana combo away. It's very, very, very good in the MEC. I will say that.
And I wonder, because for me, for Purdue Northwest, despite the top side of their team feeling like the strongest part of their whole, what is tough here now is feeling like you can't give away early power picks, early game strong champions to Levi and Plux because they may just take over the game. That's exactly what they did with Prod in game one. Levi generally an item lead on Wind King and DPSing the heck out of those fights. Prank was getting melted, and it wasn't even thinking back to it, you know, in a few certain moments it was Levi knowing the right times to play aggressively, taking that fight against, I believe it was Prank and Doubtful in the bot lane, coming away with the double kill. So just really impressive play from Levi. Shout out him popping off and having a big carry game. He's up there. He's a big name. I feel like he's been a bit more quiet this year. I don't know if school's been busy or you feel like he's been more quiet, Shibby?
You know, I have a lot of love for him. I love watching Levi play. I talk about how he plays AD carry and how he's aggressively flashing it. He's literally trying to do the most amount of damage possible. Levi and Prod have won my hearts over as players in the MEC, two of my favorite guys within the whole MEC league. And it's really cool seeing them kind of perform. And we talked about it, right? The Varus is left open. Why not B1 it? The guy is a monster on it, right? Specifically, the lethal tempo has been the flavor for MEC. We have seen a little bit of lethality Varus here and there, but with the amount of prevalent tanks that everybody plays, and now with the Xin Zhao being locked in as well, I don't know how valuable the poke variation is going to be here. if Purdue Northwest doesn't actually draft a lot of long range, right? The Azir being disabled, no Hui or the Hui maybe not being picked up by Klexo, there is an opportunity. Yeah, there it is. It's a takeaway from Riverside. It also is able to match the poke of Varus if Levi wants to opt in for the lethality version of Varus here. Pretty good mid-jungle duo, just yoinking a page out of Ottawa. But the rough thing is, they play it, so like they probably know what's good into it, and we're getting a treat. Prod's gonna lock in his Lee Sin. Oh my god. We are in for an exciting game too. I'm so giddy right now. I'm so happy.
There have been I'll say it, these drafts have been lit. These have been great drafts. Really exciting matchups. And thinking about those matchups into Hui, Riverside is going to lock in Ori, an aggressive option that's able to, despite Hui having a long range, able to get and catch up to him and use that mobility. A champion we were talking about during the break. Why hasn't anyone locked in Tristana? Hyper might just be playing with our emotions here as the Jhin talking about long range. Jhin for Wind King is the choice.
Utility focused bot lane already. That screams to me that Wind King and Depona are not going to be the carries. They're not going to get a lot of jungle attention here. It is a lot more self-sufficient though, right? The Kog'Maw Lulu, if you put him down, it's kind of rough. On the Jhin, you're still allowed to participate. You've got a lot of pick potential, right? With the root, the curtain call. It's very solid in the bot lane, but it feels very defeatist, right? Like, I'm just going to pick this and I'm not going to really get ahead. I'm not going to really fall behind. I'm going to be useful, but I'm not going to carry these team fights. And Ottawa Braves, the Ori Lee Sin, I think that was actually the champion that was banned out from Purdue Northwest. I think it wasn't the Silas. They banned the Ori away from Riverside here. Locking that in early with the Lee Sin. Very similar to the Vi Ori combination. Just a strong mid-jungle 2v2. Bit of a different look for Riverside. Not as passive. A lot more aggressive. Has to look for those plays. Has to look for those picks here. But with Prod and the Lee Sin, these guys could do a lot of damage onto the Rift. Purdue Northwest are probably going to ban out more top laners. 4 bans, or 3 at least top lane bans. Kennen, Rumble, and Malphite being removed. Here's Ottawa are going to remove the Aatrox and the Gwen. Gnar is still up. Let's see what Killian has in the pocket. They actually remove it. So what? Killian's got to pick something brand new now. I think this is going to be the first time we've seen Killian on something other than Rumble, Gnar,
what's he got?
and Rumble here. I think he picked a tank matchup. He did pick one Scion game as well. Is he opting in for popping top lane?
What can go into the Gnar?
Oh yeah,
and
okay.
Be able to survive. Killian has played a lot of Gragas. That's going to be the lock-in for him. He's had, I think, generally mixed success. I know you talked before when we saw the Gragas in Game 2 of our previous series. It does, overall, I think, serve as a general champion that's going to be okay through the early lane phase. Has a lot of survivability, a lot of mobility, and is able to CS pretty decently into the Gnar with that range advantage. He's got the Gragas barrels to try to farm with. And PNW, we don't see it very often, but we've got a support counter pick coming in for Red 5, the Varus Nautilus. 2 games back-to-back of it from GVU, winning games and making it look like a deadly duo. How is PNW going to respond? The Jhin Leona. Interesting pick for Toponer. A lot of engage and some additional help in those team fights.
And that Poppy pick looking pretty good right now. If you would have locked it in, right? Like the Leona gets denied. The Zinzao gets denied here, but I do respect the Gragas. Still team fight disruption, right? Like if the Leona goes in, if the Gnar pops in, you can still split apart this Purdue Northwest composition. Ottawa Braves are not going to try to fight you front to back. They're going to try to look for picks. They're going to try to like hit you from multiple angles, right? Parad's constantly on the lookout for the kick onto Klexo, I'm going to say. I don't think he really cares about the Jhin. So he's going to be looking for angles on there. Riverside is going to be alley-ooping up with the charm here. I feel bad for Levi because he might kind of get left in the waters by himself unless Killian is purposely trying to peel. because we know how Plux likes to play. Very engage heavy. He kind of just goes in, and whether you like it or not, you're going to have to fight with him. So it'll be interesting to see how Levi navigates some of these team fights, considering there's a lot of eyes on him. Leona stun can get chained into the W route for the Jhin, can get chained into potentially a Gnar knockback. There's a lot of CC on this side that's going to be used to kill Levi, right? The main carry for Ottawa Braves. He's been very consistent, very good. Just a solid clutch machine in that bottom lane. He's going to have to navigate a lot more than just a stun or two here. It's going to be a lot from Purdue Northwest thrown his way.
Exactly. And big shoes for Levi to fill. We'll see if Ottawa can close this series out. They're up 1-0. One more game to book their ticket to Jacksonville, Illinois for the championship land. Purdue Northwest trying to push us to a third game. Summoners, welcome on to the Rift for our second match here in this best-of-3 series. With a win, Ottawa move on to face GVU and send Purdue to the losers bracket. Purdue trying to give us some more League of Legends action. We'll see if they can do it, Shibby.
Right now, Ottawa Braves just...
Is this slow-mo?
Rolling. Is this slowed? Yeah, hello? Oh, okay.
Speed it up.
All
Speed
right.
it up. Okay, we're gonna speed run this
Yeah.
game. Good luck, play-by-play. Have fun casting.
All right, I think we're at normal speed now. We're all caught up. Yeah. I didn't want to say anything because I was like, are they moving slow or is it me? Did I drink some Robitussin? What happened? I'm okay. We're good. We're okay. We're at normal paced League of Legends at the moment. Killian, the no Gragas skin enjoyer. I'm disappointed. I think the beer belly Gragas, or the one where he's like Oktoberfest, is probably his best skin.
Yeah, is it Oktoberfest?
Why do you do that so well?
Ich bin Deutsch. Come on, man.
Oh wow!
Oktoberfest.
Wow!
Yeah, come on.
Wow! I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed.
Guys, it's not it's really not that. It's
how many languages do you speak?
just that one other one. I waited for the perfect opportunity. Just like Killian's going to be looking for perfect opportunities for that Gragas ultimate. He's working on the MBA business data analytics. He's run the numbers, Shibby. We'll see if those numbers prevail here. Standard start, both junglers starting on the top side of the map.
Yeah, 5-point defenses came out from both of these guys. No real invades looking for either of these teams. And Purdue Northwest, backs against the wall, kind of feels like they've opted in for some pretty defensive lane setups in the mid and bot lane specifically, right? We talked about Jhin being a utility lane. Not really going to hard carry these team fights unless he gets super far ahead. I think the Jhin builds are a little weird as well, as they're going to hit level 2. No, if Toponer and Wing King can fight this. Yeah, Jhin is in a weird spot right now as well, because like you try to build early lethality, and then eventually you just get outvalued because like tank items are really good right now, support tanks are really insane, and Flux just lollipopping Toponer consistently. Ottawa Braves in a pretty solid position. We'll be up to Doubtful to get things going. You talked about the Jarvan last game and how you wanted to see him kind of get active on the map. I felt like he was a step behind Prod, right? Like quite literally, we would see Prod come in and then Doubtful's trailing him on the Jarvan. That's not how you want to be, right? You kind of want to be the first to flag and drag to get that initial upfront damage out. Yeah, they're able to trade kills, but realistically, Prod had a pretty solid game on the Zinzao.
In the bottom side of the map, he's invading Doubtful. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm so nervous. Toponer's rotating up. Prod's trying to steal the blue buff, and he does, but what will it cost him? A lot of damage coming in from Doubtful. Prod not going to be able to dash away from safety. Plux flashing over the wall. Here comes Klexo. Dodges would become lightning. Prod trying to stay alive. First blood goes over to Toponer. Levi able to answer with the kill. Wind King is late to the fight, but he's still going to try to join the deadly flourish a little too late. Ottawa Braves pick up 2 kills in the skirmish.
Go big or go home. Prod don't care if he's at 100 HP or 1,000 HP. He's going to stick in that fight for his homies to arrive. Ottawa Braves turn an aggressive play into a benefit. Plux gets a kill. Levi gets a kill. Red buff on both of the lads here. Ottawa Braves bot lane
That's
once
so funny.
again. Just kind of in the mix and primed to carry. Prod is in a bit of trouble, though. He's back onto the map. Doubtful wants revenge.
Prod does not have flash. Killian's going to try to help him out. Wind Become Lightning misses once again. Prod dodging these abilities so closely. I think that time just not in range, but the double red buff bot lane's doing a whole lot of work. Should be the Ignite. Not going to burn away Levi just yet. Fourth shot sure does hurt, but Plux continues to auto with that red buff and forces Purdue Northwest bot lane to back on out of there. Doubtful trying to counter jungle and respond to the early game aggressiveness. And boy, what a start. We're not even 5 minutes in just yet. Here comes
taking
Doubtful.
a lot of damage here.
Oh my gosh. So
These
close.
Wind Become Lightnings.
They've
been super close, right? Like a pixel more and he probably hits all of them, which is kind of crazy. That's how close this game is. That's how close this series is probably going to likely be. With that jungle pressure and that attention, right? Forcing Prod out of that top side with the help of Prank on the Gnar. They're able to pick up the grubs here. And we'll see if they're able to respond with the dragon trade. Levi's back finally. He didn't have any mana. He couldn't really take that fight in the bottom lane with the double red buff. As Prank might be in a bit of trouble. He's going to evolve here. Is he just going to kill Killian?
Killian does have flash. The body slams enough to get out of trouble, but what he doesn't know is Doubtful's here with that third Void Grub singing. Killian does know that Doubtful's there on the top side of the map, but no gank into the top lane. They are left to their own devices. As Prod's on the bottom side of the map, some vision control around Dragon, but the objective's not yet traded.
Killian should hit level 6 off this wave. There is a potential window for him to kill Prank here, as he is exhausted on the Gnar. Let's see if he kind of looks for it. But he's just, unfortunately, taking a ton of damage right now. Boomerang plus hyper stacks is too crazy, but Prank's taking a lot of damage here, and he's known to die early. Dragon trade is coming in. Everybody on Ottawa helping out Prod here during this Ocean Dragon. Gonna put them on the first dragon to soul. 6.5 minutes in. Uh-oh. Killian
With the ultimate, the combo, Prank goes low, the flash from Killian, he's going aggressive, but he can't finish off the kill. Oh, so close, the surprise doesn't work out. And I gotta think, Shibby, what if he prepped the barrel in the bush?
Ooh, just threw it in prior, just got that little extra damage off. I mean, he had the right idea. He was one auto away. It was kind of weird how the hop worked as well. It got a lot of distance, actually. I was very surprised. Killian, unfortunately, may not be too practiced on his, like, 5th champion, right? You ban away 3. He's like, man, I gotta pick this thing. What do I do? How do I play this again?
What do you mean I don't overheat? This is
I don't. I'm just not allowed to kind of rifle away in these auto attacks. I have to play melee? Ugh, disgusting. Ottawa Braves and Purdue Northwest go dead even amongst these teams. Bit of a bot lane lead, though, for Levi and Plux here. Looking at the mid lane, we talked about Riverside kind of having to play a different style in the same way that Jinkall in Series 1 with GVU had to play the Akali and the Asol. I feel like Quay and Ari are very different champions and are looking to do different things. And I don't think we've seen Riverside really tap into the power of Ari just yet, especially with Prod on the Lee Sin. Yeah, he's got 2 kill participation, but I haven't been seeing them buddy up and try to do things.
Oh, Killian, no flash. Does have explosive cask, but I don't think it's going to help here. Tries to use it on the wave.
I like that.
I think it will work out. Meanwhile, bot lane getting a huge freeze put together. That's actually going to put Purdue Northwest's bot lane in quite the awkward position, but a big win for PNW on the top side of the map. Prank going to be able to push in. I don't think he quite finished off that plate, but he's going to be able to shove in the wave, and I think Killian's going to be losing out on a bit of experience and gold.
Yeah, on this Gragas. I mean, you just pick it to kind of neutralize it and survive. Right, realistically, his job in these mid-game team fights is to throw the explosive cask, separate out Plexo, separate Doubtful and Prank away. Like, just give Peel to the rest of his team and allow them to function in these team fights.
Oh, you got
Levi
Cannon?
should have a pretty good time. Hey, you got Cannon. Worth and Levi and Plux. An absolutely Antarctic freeze right now. Look at him. Look what they have to do. Wind King has to ult the wave. Levi blocking it. A menace right now, fighting the bot lane.
Deponer gonna have to flash away. Chain of Corruption was used. Arrow connects. It's a lot of damage as the hail of arrows know the additional armor and MR. The flash from Wind King as PNW answer back. Levi overextending, looking for the kill onto Deponer, who barely survives.
Tough for Levi. I get what you were trying to do, but because that W doesn't get popped until the very end, Deponer, oh so juicy bait, allows Wind King to pick up that fourth shot kill and eventually give them some leeway back into this bot lane right now. Whoa, another potential bomba. I do like how Killian is just letting the explosive cast rip though to get that damage off, right? Because it is not the lowest of cooldowns, but it will be back up in time to fight something again, as they're not going to really go for these grubs here. Purdue Northwest secures 6. Dragon is up in a minute. I believe that's going to be Hex Tech or either Chem Tech here. It's not an Ocean, obviously, set up for this. It is Hex Tech. The big thing for me is that Plux hasn't actually been out of lane. Right? He hasn't actually been allowed to roam. We saw on the Rakan, was a lot more mobile, was able to get more done on the map. On this Nautilus has kind of just stayed in the lane. Other than clearing out wards, he's been hovering bot side almost the whole game.
Prod as well, after the early excitement, hasn't been able to use that flash kick just yet. Deponer and Wind King clearing out some vision.
Whoa.
Doubtful secures his buff as Prod dashes out. Purdue Northwest continue trying to fight for vision control. As Prod looks for the mid lane, Charm connects. Here comes Prod. The Q is dodged. Plexo can't escape the flash kick, though. And that is the alley-oop. Riverside putting the orb or ball in the right place at the right time. Ottawa get a pick in the mid lane, and now it's 4-on-3 around the Dragon. Killian just used his teleport. Prank still has his available. The Dragon objective starts now.
Again, without teleport onto Plexo, that's a really good play. I promise you that Prod probably didn't want to have to use flash kick. He was hoping for that Sonic Resonance to kind of connect, and that'll be more than enough here. But to get the kill, they use the alley-oop like you mentioned. The 2v2, Lee Sin, Ari, very, very strong. Picks up the kill onto Plexo. That gives them the Dragon, and Ottawa Braves unfortunately roll probably one of the worst souls in the game. Feels
so
bad, man.
Much CC onto Prod, but the Q connects. Does he go back in? More Qs. Wind King finishes off Prod. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Plux gets the kill. And I think Purdue Northwest are actually kind of okay with that. Wind King gets another kill.
They're completely fine with it, but Doubtful's on the wrong side of the map. Plux!
Depth charge comes through. That arrow's not going to deal any damage until Levi steps in. He holds it as an execute to the dome.
Oh my god.
He's going to get that kill, Shibby.
How crazy is that? Like, Doubtful's just watching it like, all right, and just point blank curb stomps him with the arrows. We flash the gold right now. Doubtful in a slight lead based off of CS and Camp here, as well as Prank. But you look at the bottom lane and the mid lane, respectively, for Ottawa Braves. 800 gold lead for Riverside at 700 for Levi. The right members for Ottawa Braves have the gold lead here, and let's see if they can end up leveraging that into a victory. Right now, 1,000 gold ahead here. Riverside are looking for another kill.
Charm goes wide. Action in the top lane. Plux, you talked about him sticking in the bot lane. Well, Shibby, it's roaming. It's roaming season. It's winter in the bot lane. The freeze, it is getting cold. Plux decides it's time to head on up to sunnier pastures, greener grass, warmer air. Tries to make something happen in the mid lane. Comes up a little short. Meanwhile, Levi continues to freeze this wave extremely hard, and Wind King is completely like literally. Look where Levi is. They're just gonna try to kill Plux at this point. And that's the only CS you're getting. Chain of Corruption goes wide. They don't have a way to interrupt. Depth Charge is not in range, but they're just gonna try to kill Toponer as quick as possible. There's the Depth Charge does manage to connect, but the Chain of Corruption isn't there. Levi can't follow up. Riverside does not go down. He's forced to flash. Klexo also died in the mid lane, Shibby. Prank, despite coming down to the mid lane, cannot save the mid laner. Not sure what happened there, but I believe it was Prod and Riverside showing us that they might be slept on as a mid-jungle duo here in the MEC. Ottawa Braves up 2,000 gold. Killian takes the explosive cone, flashes on out, guys. He was scouting. That's called a scouting move.
I was just... He was scouting. Yep.
He's getting vision.
That bot lane play only possible because they knew that Doubtful was going to be on that top side. As we do get the pause, unfortunately, once again.
Did you guys miss us?
Ottawa's been playing this game pretty damn well, right? Like Riverside on the Ahri, getting solo kills. The moment I criticize Plux is roaming onto the map. Bot lane tier 1 goes down. That's first turret gold heading over. And I like that Ottawa is just like, yeah, we don't care about the Herald. We'll use the knowledge that Doubtful is going to be on that top side for the respawn. We'll take the 2v2 bot. We'll look for a kill mid. They've been playing really well around where Doubtful is. And I'm going to be quite honest with you. Doubtful has looked very quiet this series, both on the Jarvan and the Zinzao. They've completely neutralized this guy. One way or another, this mid-jungle duo for Purdue Northwest is not just showing up, and Prod and Riverside are getting the better of them.
Klexo potentially caught out here. The flash from Levi. He knows when to go in, and Klexo goes down. The duo. Ottawa Braves, depth charge, Plux looking for another dredge line. It does connect the lollipop. How many licks does it take to get to the center of Purdue Northwest? Levi trying to stay alive. He trades 1 for 1. It's Riverside teleporting in. Plux. Hook goes wide that time. They lose their ADC. Overall, a 2 for 1 trade.
A 1? A 2? And that's how many licks it takes to get to Purdue Northwest. A 2 for 1, like you mentioned. 2,500 gold lead for Ottawa Braves, and Levi, fearless, reckless, whatever you want to call it. The guy is there to do one thing and one thing only: damage, DPS, AD carry. He takes the word literally. Right now, Ottawa Braves playing ahead. We talk about game 1 at the 17-minute mark or 16.5-minute mark. They were down about 1,500 here. Wind King.
Wow! He didn't need to cleanse. The charm didn't connect. Big cooldown used. Plux helping out, getting a kill. Shout out Plux. 206 on the Nautilus. He's been having an absurd series so far. Play
Best roaming
after
support.
play. Play after
Best
play.
roaming support.
All over the map. Dragon has spawned. Shippy wants a recount of the votes. Ottawa continue to stride ahead. This is their 3rd dragon. They'd be potentially looking at Dragon Soul at the 22-minute mark.
I voted Plux all team. I voted Plux in my support list, so he is by far our best roaming support. You could argue other supports roam for sure, but his are the most impactful. His help his team get the victory more than anybody else. Whether it's the Rakan, whether it's the Nautilus, whatever he's on. I mean, the guy was bot lane for a bit. They froze it on Wind King for like an actual century. And then Plux is just in mid lane consistently. Why are you even going in there? Doubtful, I think
this
you're
is
dead,
Killian
brother.
joining the team. Levi gets the first kill of the fight using the Chain of Corruption. Toponer gets slowed down as well. Levi out of mana. Can't continue to push ahead. Riverside has joined with Flash. And just like that, Ottawa in and out of the mid lane. Once again, at the right moment, the right time. Riverside's got to be careful. He has been spotted. He is level 13, but it's a lot of damage from the carries. The 4th shot, though, the grenade. The Q does get him! A flash in, Prod going underneath it. A beautiful play there from the Ottawa jungler. Sets up his ADC beautifully.
And we talked about how Ottawa's going to win this game.
Wow.
It's going to be up to Prod. It's going to be up to Levi to come up big. And right now, they are looking like shining stars for Ottawa right now. Prod, not done yet. The Zinzao in game one. Massive, massive performance. 90% kill participation on the Lee Sin. I told you we were in for a treat, Mac. I didn't expect it to be this sweet.
Ottawa up 3,000 gold or close to it, 2.5K at the 19-minute mark. Potential Dragon Soul awaiting them in about 3 minutes. Purdue Northwest, Doubtful 0-5, Klexo 1-3. The mid-jungle duo falling a little short here when Purdue needs it most. Trying to punch their ticket to the MEC Spring Championship. They've got quite a hill to climb at the moment. Prank 1-0. He's plenty strong on this Gnar. And there's a lot of team fighting potential from Purdue Northwest. One that I would say we talk about sometimes ease of execution. The Gnar ultimate, as long as you try and set themselves up around these objectives, Prank needs to show up in these fights to come through and get some wombo combos going. Doubtful's going to use that Rift Herald. Purdue's gotten 6 grubs. They should have a lot of pushing potential. He's going to try to rotate Herald up on into the top lane. But here comes a pick. Doubtful's away from the rest of the team. This might be Ottawa's opportunity to continue aggressing. Rift Herald's charging into the top lane inner turret, as he's going to be able to get that solo gold, use the Baron-empowered recall to get on out of there. As it seems Ottawa's okay with this play. Shibby, what on earth just happened?
Doubtful said, screw this. I don't want to group. I'm not having fun. Let me go top lane. Picks up 700 big buckaroos for himself. Flash gets burned from Klexo. Uh-oh.
No way. Levi cleanse. Rift Herald out of nowhere! Doubtful Tokyo drifting into the shutdown! He came out of nowhere! I was not ready for that play. What a moment here as Doubtful tries to turn things around. Here comes Prank, but they don't have Levi.
Look at Killian.
Killian looking for a flank, looking for a play, but he can't quite get it. Doubtful. Oh my gosh, that's why you look at your mini-map, guys. Don't take your eyes off it, because that's what can happen sometimes.
That's the craziest play I've ever seen, dude. Like, so I thought the Rift Herald died at the top side. Instead, Doubtful drifted all the way from tier 2 top around the gates, around tier 3 into mid lane, knocks up Levi, because it does do a knock up if it hits anybody. After the flash and the cleanse is done, and that's the kill. That's how Levi dies. That's what they need to do to kill this man, by the way. Like, they need help from Herald. They need everybody. Really, really good play from Purdue Northwest, and that cuts the gold lead down to 1,000. No summoners available for Levi. Puts Purdue Northwest in a pretty good position to pressure the Ottawa AD carry. Come this dragon in 15 seconds, although they're being muscled out. Wind King is very far behind right now.
2 items on the Jhin, but this is the new Jhin meta. Rapid Fire Cannon, Static Shiv. Looks a little different from Jhin builds from years past, I feel like, but a charm connects onto Doubtful into the hook. The CC chain. Levi running straight in, and it may be too close to the fire. Levi tried to stay alive, tried to lifesteal through. Klexo finishes him off. Wind King's still alive. Who's it going to be on? Riverside trying to stay alive, but it's Klexo taking over on Hui. Toponer helping the rest of the team out. Killian trying to turn things. Plex goes on a rampage, but Purdue Northwest win the fight off of a huge triple kill. Klexo pops off when his team needed it most. Now Prank heads on over to the Dragon to stop the soul stacking.
Now Levi, unfortunately, getting caught out there, was really deep into Purdue Northwest, and unfortunately gets taken down here. And Klexo coming up massive on this way. Says, Riverside, anything you can do, I can do better. 4-3-3 gold lead in consistent not even available. Ottawa Braves and Purdue even in gold, nearly even in kills here. And the first dragon, for Purdue Northwest going over in their way. Ottawa Braves will have to rethink those team fights. I thought it was a pick onto Doubtful, but because of the crescent sweep and how long he can live, if you don't CC layer properly and he's allowed to get that ultimate off, it becomes very difficult to kill him, especially because he had Sundered plus Starax. He gets the shield, he gets auto healing. It's rough. So we'll see what Prod can do if he can find the kick onto Klexo come these team fights, because that's really what's been the difference maker, right? Can Prod find a carry? As Frank burns the ultimate. Riverside burns it as well. Are they going to look for the kill? No, they can't.
Meanwhile, turret goes down on the top side of the map. Baron is started up here, Shibby. This is where things get interesting. Ottawa need a big move. They've got a fast Baron taking team. This is where champions are made and dreams come true, potentially. Baron getting so low. Doubtful looking in. A huge explosive cast. Can they get the Baron so low? It is secured. A big ultimate from Klexo. A big shield. Killian trying to stay alive, but Prank finishes him off. Ottawa Braves, they run for the hills after securing the objective. Can they get out there? So much range, so much slowing from the Purdue Northwest team. There's no turret here either. Deadly Flourish misses. A kick from Plux. Or from Prod, excuse me. Plux tried to take the dredge line. They're chasing and chasing and chasing. A shutdown finally. Killian and Plux go down. 3 members of the team survive with Baron. Nasher, was it worth it, Shibby? They get the objective, but at a cost.
They pay the blood price, right? Not as bad as we saw before, where 4 members went down. But, I mean, Killian and Plux, probably the 2 least important members, I guess, for this Baron push, right? You still got Levi. You still got Riverside and Prod on it. Riverside can still look for this side lane pressure. Can use it to push down some of these turrets here. But what a chase from Purdue to keep going. I mean, Prod tried his best. You saw, like, Plux Spider-Manning around. Prod used the ultimate to peel Toponer off, but good from them as we do see a pause coming in.
That's tough.
25-42 stops the momentum for both teams right now. Good Baron call. They're, like, pretty decisive, and you saw how much was dumped into Doubtful, right? Yep. Explosive cask. He wasn't allowed to touch the Baron at all. And then they use the depth charge, so he gets stunned up, not allowed to get back into the Baron. Very, very, very good defense on the Ottawa Brave side.
Yeah.
They secure the Baron. The ultimate comes out from the Hui. That does a ton of damage because of the AoE, but they're able to get out. I mean, 2 members dying is not that big of a deal here.
Hopping right back into the action, Shibby. We're a long ways away from home at the moment. This ain't Kansas anymore. And these teams going super close. So we just got to give it away. Just give it a second.
Slow down.
There we go. We're back into it. Don't you guys worry. We got the MEC action for you guys, and this one I think stands close to the pinnacle of peak MEC. This is what it's all about. Ottawa up 1,000 gold. A Baron push into the bot lane. Dragon in 2 minutes. Potential soul. Ottawa. And they continue to push. They've got 2 cannon minions powered up and ready to go. The curtain call comes out. Killian's going to try to interrupt it, maybe. The team is spread apart. Doubtful maybe looking for an engage. Prank's getting angry. He's not liking the state of this game, and the rest of the team's just going to try to back away. After getting the turret, Ottawa, a little bit of gold in their pocket.
That's a good turret takedown as well, because it opens up the map for that. Like you said, Cloud Soul coming in for potentially Ottawa Braves. Gives them control. They're going to look to clear a lot of this vision out. Denying the blue buff as well is going to be really nice. It's a global blue buff, by the way, for anybody that has been living under a rock and is just now tuning into their first League of Legends game.
Oh, Hook! Oh my gosh, the CC chain comes through, but the Crescent Guard isn't there. The kick, Doubtful, goes straight into Levi, I think, who's in danger. Oh, Wind King takes down Riverside. Levi's actually full health. He's safe, getting the shutdown, trying to carry the fight here. He's safe in the back line.
Look at him.
Mac was worried for no reason. Ottawa tried to hang on, but Doubtful dashes in and steals the hopes of the Ottawa Braves. And it's time for another pause as we hold our breath. What a crazy, crazy fight Rod kicking Doubtful straight into the team. I think Doubtful said, thank you very much for the engage. It's exactly where I wanted to go. And boy, oh boy, this game continues to get closer and closer. And the pauses are agonizing as the game is so close.
And I think Prod thought that they were close enough to get into kill range. But we're not able to see the replay. But pretty much what happened there is we get straight back into the action. Killian might be caught out. He might just be dead. He's fat, but he's not tanky. The blubber is not going to save him there. And I think what happened was originally Levi was rifling away at Doubtful. But because the Crescent sweep was there, he actually wasn't inside the circle. So he wasn't doing damage to Doubtful, who lived for a very long time. I thought Prod was going to kick Prank in because he was so close and because the depth charge landed. But they've been trying to all-in Doubtful every single time. And when that's happened, Ottawa has lost those fights. You think of the charm in the mid lane, right, around that river fight for the first dragon. This dragon fight or pre-dragon fight coming up right now that just happened. Another kind of over-investment into Doubtful ends up in a team fight win for Purdue Northwest. Ottawa Braves are ahead, but not by a lot. Like, Purdue is looking very good, especially Klexo on this Hui has been pumping out massive amounts of damage.
He's got Sonia's. He did lose Flash, but the Dragon has been started up, and it looks like Ottawa's not going to contest. The team's taking it too quick. Now a route, a teleport into the top lane, the 2v2. Dragon goes down. Doubtful secures it, but Plux has joined the top lane action. Levi's up here as well, the next Baron. Spawning in just under 2 minutes. We've got an extended match as the explosive cast goes wide. Plux looking for an engage. Maybe going to round that corner. But a lot of tankiness for Purdue Northwest. And while Levi in game number 1 was able to carry through the team fights, it feels like Purdue Northwest a lot more comfortable in this one. Wind King on the Jhin. Now at 3 items, he's going to be pumping out a lot of damage.
Yeah, IE available, rapid fire, right? Like you said, you were questioning the static shift rapid fire, but now he's got the damage. His fourth shots, his crits are going to hurt a lot here. And Levi, you see how important the Xin Zhao is, right? For Purdue Northwest and for Ottawa as well. It just negates a lot of what these guys want to do. The ability to nullify 100% of damage, specifically into Levi, who is the primary carry for this team. What can he do? He can't damage. He still has to auto to get the lethal tempo stacks off, but that extends the fight. That allows another rotation of spells from Klexo, another rotation of shots from Wind King, right? Who'd normally only get maybe 4 to 6 off in a team fight. Probably gets 8, 9, even 10 sometimes. So it's a little rough right now, and Ottawa Braves not being able to find that decisive team fight like they were in game 1. A little rough for them. Even with the lead, you figure that they'd be able to be more decisive about it. Game 1, they came back from 2,000 gold. They were down most of that game, and then they just did a lot of good plays here. They don't have that team fighting capability at the moment. They're on a ward, I think, by the way.
Nope.
Both of these guys?
Ward. Nope, not spotted.
Oh, okay.
They're good.
Nope, not even.
Doubtful's just going to run in. That will give vision of what the heck's going on there. Baron spawning in 5 seconds. I don't think Purdue Northwest is going to give away this Baron as easily.
Killian,
they got
no TP.
Yeah, that's tough as well. That's why Riverside headed down into the bot lane, getting his teleport up a little bit sooner. Will be in a better position to handle that wave. Crank going to go ahead and rotate up. Boy, should be this game. I think it's the closest one we've had all night. 17 kills to 17, only 1,000 gold at this point, separating the two teams. Pretty much nothing. Everyone's on even footing. Rod's a little bit behind on the Lee Sin, but we got 3 items from pretty much everyone here.
Yeah, 3.5 kind of on Klexo as well, right? Has that needlessly large rod in hand. It's all up to execution now, and Ottawa have looked good, have looked okay, but Purdue Northwest have just been weathering these picks, weathering the storms here. And we talked about how Ottawa has to be a little bit more creative with their team fighting. They've got to look for unique angles. It's not just a simple front to back necessarily. Much easier for Purdue Northwest to navigate these fights, right? Klexo and Wind King just have to play the range game. They have to let Prank and Toponer and Doubtful just tank everything up. Prank right now just going to take that bottom lane tier 2. I don't know if Killian could actually fight this. Like, it's rough. Both these teams just jockeying for positioning. Hook goes in. I don't know if that's the guy you want.
Curtain Call comes out, trying to go in. Chain of Corruption. A lot of damage onto Toponer, but it's not going to be enough. Riverside trying to dash in. They've maybe got Doubtful, but the ultimate comes out. It's going to prevent a lot of damage, and it's a 1-for-0. Purdue Northwest end up with the advantage, Shibby, as they control the mid lane. It works out perfectly in their favor. Doubtful, confident enough. Prank roaming up. It's 5-on-4, and they may be able to secure the Baron here.
Prank roaming up without using TP is really crucial, because if Killian opts to TP into this top lane fight, Prank can then counter TP back down, push the wave. I don't know if they can actually contest it. They don't have vision on it. They're going to go for it.
Prod dashing in. Those cooldowns used. They don't know how low Baron is. Prod isn't looking for it. Doubtful gets the secure. Looking for the ensuing fight. Levi's safe. The kick away. Doubtful knocked away from the fight. Killian trying to back away. Prod is low. Wind King and Klexo. The long-ranged carries for Purdue Northwest stay safe. Able to carry the fight. Everyone walks away with Baron. Teleports out onto the map. Dragon spawning soon.
You see how crucial Plux is to this team composition, right? The hooks pretty much either guarantee a kill, and if he gets left out to dry, if there's no follow-up, not enough damage, he kind of just has to eat a bunch of damage from Klexo, from Wind King. They do have first move onto this dragon, but are Purdue just going to say, you know what? Have the Cloud Soul. We're going to take your whole base, potentially.
Ottawa have to respond to the threat of the siege. A charm onto Toponer, but this is fine.
Whoa!
He goes down quick, though. Ottawa with maybe the kill they needed. Depth charge into the backline. A
Plux
huge
is dead.
ultimate. Everyone's trying to stay away from Plux. Prod looking for the re-engage. Prank trying to escape, but it's Levi who's taking over the fight. In the backline, he's fired away. The curtain call comes through. Doubtful tried to stay alive, but it's a triple kill for Levi. He's got 3. Oh my gosh, Wind King going toe-to-toe with them. Levi trying to come through the fight, and it's a pentakill! Levi once again comes through in these shining moments and gets the ace for the Ottawa Braves.
Pentakill after pentakill after pentakill. When are you gonna put respect on Levi's name? Ice in his veins, clutches his genetics. It's only Levi that can pull this win off for Ottawa Braves. On the Varus, they're gonna get the Cloud Soul. They're gonna reset with a pocket full of gold here. Levi and Ottawa Braves going crazy.
Unbelievable. What a fight. Levi somehow stays alive. He's dodging Jin bullets. There's explosions all over the place as Wind King takes down one ally after another. But they somehow do it. The gold might be even, but the Cloud Soul is acquired and Levi has been activated. Full build, baby. 14 kills. Look at everyone else's kill total. There's only 14 out of 22 kills. Levi is Ottawa.
The bot lane has 18 out of 22 kills.
They're popping
Ottawa Braves. Bot lane is just willing this team to a victory, and Doubtful might be in some trouble. Has to burn the ultimate.
Don't kick. Stop kicking him towards Levi. Keep him safe, Prod. Jeez. I get so nervous with plays like that, but Pranky is not angry at this point. He gets charmed up and taken down, and Ottawa continue to find pick after pick on the map. Those are some seriously long death timers. We are 35 minutes into the game, Shippy, and it comes down to
50
this.
seconds. 50 seconds on Prank, 33 on Doubtful. They're going to try to push this. A lot of wave clean on their side, but you've lost your front line. Purdue Northwest, they're tucking their tails and running.
Plux just runs at them as Levi continues to dominate. Top inhibitor turret goes down as the inhibitor falls next. Death timers, Doubtful, 13 seconds, Prank, 20. This could be it as the lollipop hook connects. They buy time, they focus Wind King, and the Ottawa Braves. Can history repeat itself? Purdue Northwest, the #1 seed, gets aced in their base. Levi continues to fire away as the base is destroyed. The final ace comes through, and Ottawa punch their ticket to Illinois. What?
Woo! Ottawa Braves with the massive upset.
Gosh.
I said 2 people have to come in clutch. I told you 2 members gotta show up here. Prod and Levi, the shining stars of the Ottawa Braves, get the upset victory. Men lie, women lie, but the stats don't lie here. Levi puts the team on his back.
Wow. March Madness? March Madness, anyone? Let's take a look at this bracket. Ottawa come through, and the rematch of the 2023 finals is locked in. These 2 squads meet each other once again. Ottawa versus GVU. Wow. What a series from Ottawa coming through. That was a brutally close game. 35 minutes in, it could have gone anybody's way. It was a hands check, and Levi was all in and ready to rise to the occasion as they're going to move on to face Grandview. It's the rematch. It's the rematch, baby.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. It's Ottawa versus Grandview in the upper finals. I don't care if you built the roster to win the MEC. Everybody is 0-0 into the playoffs. And Ottawa Braves, more locked in than a guy I know at the solitary confinement. Just insane. Just insane right now.
Oh, God. I just want to shout out Dio in the chat. He gave an amazing interview last week, and he's just been popping off in the Twitch chat. He knew this was happening. This is no surprise to him, but I just love the support in the chat, which is incredible. So shout out Dio.
Levi. Give me the interview. Give me Levi. Just get the man up here.
You know, it's like
it has to be him.
Do you know the astronaut meme where they're looking at Earth?
Yeah.
It's like, it's an Ottawa GVU. It's an Ottawa GVU finals. Always has been. If you guys want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, we've got a great winners finals locked in for y'all. Come see, you should watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College, April 6th and 7th, coming soon. Put ! Spring Championship in the Twitch chat. Follow the link, get your tickets to join us there. We hope to see you soon. We'll be right back after the break. We've got our post-game interview, talking up with, you might guess, the MVP from the match, Ottawa's ADC, coming soon. Welcome to the post-game interview. Shibby's trying to get us trouble with the copyright, folks, so we're going to pause that music and get into talking with, I'll say, Ottawa superfan Dio, occasional substitute top laner, and the bot lane phenom Levi. Thank you both so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
Hi, glad to be here, man. Very happy to finally get to talk to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been missing you here in the booth all season.
Yeah, I was sleeping in regular season, but I'm up now.
Here.
They poked the dragon, right? They poked Levi. He had to go to Rolling Loud. He had to clear it up. He had to go. You know what? Let me get all the toxins out of my system. I mean,
not bad for
not bad.
MEC All Pro ADC, right? Not bad.
You had my vote. I'm gonna say you had my. I knew he took. I knew he was looking at. I know. He saw it. And he's like, all right.
It's all
I'm
good.
not.
It's all good.
Okay, talk to me. Talk to me, Levi.
Yeah. As soon as we came into the game, when we got drawn versus Purdue, I actually told my team like I was happy. I'm happy to face Purdue over the other two teams. I think they're frauds. Like, they had a jump start on everyone. They started playing together since, I think, last summer. But every other team just came together right at the start of MEC, and they were just kind of like pub stomping us.
Mm-hmm.
I knew as soon as like we got together, figured out our roster, and we got practice in, I knew like it would be easy.
I mean, it looked like your strategy was to just, grind Purdue Northwest bot lane into the dust, and it worked. Was that always like the Zaya Rakan, the Varus Nautilus? Like, did you expect them to kind of take these more passive or scaling lanes into? I mean, they went to Jin Leona in game 2, the Kog'Maw Lulu. Like, was that the plan all along for you guys to just make sure that you're in a good position to carry, and that if you're strong, the team puts trust in you and you just win the game?
Yeah, but when we were doing pre-draft, I was talking with Fawn. We kind of knew their bot lane champion pools are not the strongest, and it was very exploitable. So we worked around draft and how we're gonna play the game, based around that. But honestly, like, there's only a couple good bot lanes in MVC, and they're definitely not one of them. So I was already confident no matter what champ we would play.
Talk to me about punching your ticket to the championship LAN. You get the rematch against GVU. Flashbacks to 2023. Last time around, you guys finished second, go to CLOL, get top 16. What's going through your mind now as you guys punch that ticket to winners finals and prep for the rest of the season? I mean, it's gone by so fast, and we've got
very
finals
fast.
coming up soon. So, what are your thoughts on how this year's looking?
I mean, it's the same as always, right? MEC follows the script. Everyone beats up in each other for 8 weeks, and it's GVU Ottawa finals, as always. So this year's the same thing, but hopefully we can change out the outcome of the final. I think this year we're practicing well, and we're ramping up. So it will be a good game.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are going through the top. Oh, is that Dio? Is that Dio?
We got Dio. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, listen. This year's gonna be different because I'm the prophet. Okay, I call it off since the beginning. We can't stop and won't stop. Hey, everybody in GVU, get ready. You're up next.
It's the Grim Reaper meme, right? It's just Levi, though. It's just Levi. All right, we've taken down Purdue Northwest. We're going to take down GVU. You haven't been able to get your revenge on ONU. Is there a little part of you that kind of wants to play them? Do you, like, maybe hope that you get to play them? Or do you just want to punch your ticket to the finals, take down GVU, and potentially see them in the rematch?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind either one, but I do like playing against Sky. I think he's one of the few AD carries I do respect. I think he's good. So it's always fun playing against him. So I wouldn't mind playing against him and then meeting GVU in the actual like final because that's probably more hype.
Yeah, the list keeps getting bigger. Levi, a massive performance, clutch in your DNA, ice in your veins. I mean, that's just who you are. Mac, you have any final questions?
Well, I'm holding my breath here Oh yeah. Oh, that's just Hyper calling me out because I'm fraudulent. You know, nothing's new. Before we let you go, Levi, Dio, I want to give you guys a moment for some shout-outs before we let you go for the post-game interview.
Dio, you want to go first? Shout out to Dio.
I'll go shout out Frank for scheduling the scrims 24/7.
Sure.
Shout out to Frank. We perma improve from here on out. And hey, like I said, get ready, all of you.
Yeah, shout out to my teammates as well. They all stepped up today. Good job to them. Fawn, our coach, and yeah, Frank and Alex for always helping us out, and Dio, of course.
Well, guys, we appreciate the time. Dio, I think the top lane scrims with Killian worked out pretty well, helping him out, making the Gragas look pretty darn good, as well as the first game, Killian Kennan popping off, having some good moments. We appreciate the two of you joining us for the post-game interview, and excited we get to see you guys at the championship LAN.
Yep, thank you. See you guys there.
See ya.
I just have to take a deep breath. What a night. Our Friday night doubleheader, despite it being 2 2-0s, I think it delivered on the hype, delivered on the action. Purdue Northwestern, Ohio Northern. The 1 and 2 seed are sent to Gulag. PCU! Drury!
Sorry, Drury. Sorry, PCU. Huh? What? 1 and 2 seed?
They're waiting in Gulag lobby and they see Purdue Northwestern's join them. But it should be good series all around. The 3 and 4 seed meeting in the winners finals on, I believe it's Sunday, April 7th for winners finals. Losers finals happen on Saturday, April 6th. No, wait. Grand finals is only on Sunday, and losers winners finals are on Saturday.
6th.
My bad.
Yes.
So lock in losers finals, winners finals, Saturday, April 6th at the LAN. Grand finals, best of 5, Sunday, April 7th. But we've got League of Legends action coming your way this upcoming Monday, 3:25. We'll have, the matchups of Briarcliff versus Purdue Northwest and Ohio Northern taking on the Drury Panthers. Really exciting series so far. My throat's a little sore. Those were some crazy matches. Really excited to see what happens next. Shibby, thank you so much for joining me for another awesome MEC cast. Shout out Hyper behind the scenes, keeping us on our toes, as well as making sure everything runs smoothly and we look oh so good on here. Appreciate everyone tuning out the stream. We'll see you guys next time.